to another Pacific Island GIS conference. To those of you that are traveling from overseas, welcome to Fiji. The theme for this year's conference, as you all know, is bridging information gaps by creating smarter maps. I would like to take this time to welcome our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary of Lands, Mr. David Tambosewanga, who will be representing the government for instead of Mrs. Wuniwanga. Mr. Tambosewanga, welcome. Thank you, Salote. May I call upon Mr. Tambosewanga to have your speech now.
Mula Vinaka, and good morning to you all. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation, especially the invitation to the government of Fiji through the Ministry of Lands to open this conference. It's a recognition and acknowledgement of your part and the current drive by government through the Ministry of Lands in developing the information or the geospatial industry in Fiji and in the Pacific. Just this morning when we were coming last week for your information on Friday, we had a Fiji Geospatial high-level conference which was opened by the Honorable Prime Minister. So on our way this morning, I was kind of floating the idea of inviting observers into Fiji's conference next year, which shows our willingness to partner with any institutions or government in the Pacific to develop the geospatial industry. Our colleagues and users of GIS and remote sensing from government departments across the Pacific region and abroad. The private sector, I understand, it's also private sectors present here. Consultants, relevant consultants from Fiji and also in the Pacific, the hardware sellers, software too, sellers and image data providers, and scientists. I understand that the Pacific Islands GIS user conference began 16 years ago, and this was referred to as the Fiji GIS conference, organized by the Fiji Lands Department in collaboration with the University of the South Pacific. Since then, GIS techniques became increasingly important, and the knowledge had to be shared with other government departments, not only within Fiji, but in other Pacific Island countries. At the beginning of the new millennium, I'm told, the annual conferences show the number of participants from other Pacific Island countries increasing. This increasing interest in remote sensing applications and increased participants displayed the need to deliver more comprehensive and effective presentations with the allocation of longer sessions times. This annual event had to go through a name change process because of the changes that I've mentioned, and became what we know today as the Pacific GIS and Remote Sensing User Conference. By mid of last decade, that's about 10 years ago, the first image data selling company visited the conference, the beginning of the intervention or the participation of the suppliers. Also attending the conference were software companies and such as Esri, MapInfo, as well as hardware leaders such as Geosystems or Trimble. In addition, scientists also came on board from countries in the Pacific and also outside the Pacific. Today, I can see that the conference is so large that they exceed the local Fiji GIS RS conference, which runs back to back with the regional conference to concentrate on Fiji, as I've mentioned, which occurred last Friday. The conference, since several years, the largest conference of its kind in the Pacific. It is true that we have such conference in Australia, in New Zealand and Hawaii. However, without the participants of several Pacific Island nations. From Fiji's perspective, we are proud, very proud indeed to host the conference here at the University of the South Pacific. However, several collaborations have taken place in the past to move the event outside Fiji to another location within the Pacific. This would, of course, pose logistic challenges for the conference committee, but it is sometimes to be foreseen for the future, and we hope that one day this will happen. The conference committee is an independent body comprising mainly of the Geoscience Division of SPC, with huge contribution by the Lands Department, the university, and others. As you know, Fiji is the hub of the Pacific Island countries. And when it comes to GIS and RS, most of the satellite image data are pre-processed in and distributed from Suva. This is the mandate of the regional organizations, as you know, which 22 member countries, including Fiji. Fiji's Lands Department will perform the data distribution to all government departments here in Fiji, and Tonga Lands Department might follow in providing the same services. In the past, printed aerial photographs had to be handled and distributed by the Fiji Lands Department. Today, access in aerial photography is made possible with the advancements in technology and internet access. Such developments also pave the way in the distribution of digital space-borne image data. The change from airborne photographs to digital image layer also created more options in how data can be utilized. In the past, the Lands Department was the only institution producing maps here in Fiji. Today, the thematic map content is created by forestry, agriculture, and other departments specialized in their own technical areas. Nevertheless, there must be one institution which determines the projection, political boundaries, map sheet coverage, and other overarching parameters. We re-established the Fiji Geospatial Information Management Council meeting, as mentioned, and ensured for the first time that SPC and USP as regional organizations are part of it to contribute their expertise. The conference shows much more than very high resolution space, from optical image data, which replaces aerial photographs. We will hear about images and point clouds captured by UAVs, spearborne radar, DSM production from space-borne digital stereo image data, advanced GPS, etc. GIS seems to be a relatively satellite application. The remote sensing data seems to have a dramatical innovations. The remote sensing data to keep the expertise in a government department, the remote sensing data seems to have dramatical innovations. Sorry for that. Even with the size of Fiji, it is difficult to keep the expertise in a government department, as we are happy to work with regional organizations who can assist us in transferring this knowledge to build on the capacities of the Pacific GIS community. Therefore, we are very happy to host and assist with this regional conference. With the advent of high-resolution satellite imagery and next-generation drone data to support increasingly larger number of GIS-RS applications and the increase in demand, the success of such geospatial applications in any project is ever more dependent on the proper selection, collection, sorting, and end usage of large-scale spatial datasets. As remote sensing and other geographic data is increasing and getting bigger by the day, traditional GIS systems is required to be enhanced further for the purpose of accurate data interpretation, while at the same time maintaining in line with supportive data and information-based portals and databases which support decision-making processes. I'm pleased to note that the government of Fiji, via the Department of Lands, along with a number of other Pacific Island nations, are well on track in adopting big data and online spatial data systems. And once again, with a very special welcome to our visitors from overseas and colleagues from around the Pacific, I now declare this regional conference open. Vinaka.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosiwanga. I would like to call upon the next speaker, Mr. Paul Taylor from SPC. Mr. Taylor is a chief geoscientist and also the head of this disaster risk program.
Good morning all. Bula. Permanent Secretary, distinguished guests, colleagues. It gives me great pleasure as the Chief Geohazard Scientist and the Manager of the Disaster Reduction Program within the Geoscience Division of the Pacific Community to present to you this morning the Philip Mueller Memorial Keynote Address for this Pacific Islands GIS and Remote Sensing User Conference. I would like to acknowledge Dr. Colin Tukuitonga, the Director of SPC, and Professor Mike Pedersen, the Director of Geoscience Division, who unfortunately cannot be here this morning. I guess at this point it would be fitting to provide a little bit of background about Mr. D.A. Philip Mueller, who sadly passed away in December 2009 after a long and distinguished career as both a civil servant in his homeland of Samoa and as a regional civil servant at the highest levels in different countries within the region. Many of you will probably have known Philip, and like myself, we learned much from his visions for the Pacific. Philip initially developed an understanding of the geosciences whilst he was studying at Auckland University. He was then able to apply these skills whilst he was working at the Apia Observatory. He became the first Samoan observer in chief of the observatory during the 1970s. In November 1972, he attended the very first of the CCOP SOPAC annual sessions that was held here in Suva. He then went on to spend at least a decade with the Forum Fisheries Agency before becoming the director of SOPAC, the forerunner of the Geoscience Division in 1992, a post that he held until 1998. Following his time with SOPAC, he returned to his homeland Samoa and took up the position of CEO of the Samoan Rugby Union. Why should we pay tribute to Philip at this forum? To answer this question, I would firstly like to take you back to 1996, where he wrote in his SOPAC Director's Report for that year, and I quote, "It appears, in fact, that many people do not precisely know what geoscience is, how its activities benefit the region, or indeed what SOPAC's team of technical geologists do." Philip, as the director of SOPAC, pushed this to ensure that the level of understanding of both geoscience and SOPAC and its capabilities was raised within the region. He also developed numerous strategies that emphasised the benefits of geoscience to the region generally. I would now like to take you back even a little further in history to the year that I first met Philip, 1994, at the SOPAC annual session held in Majuro in the Republic of Marshall Islands. I personally did not know Philip very well, but he was a Pacific Islander that had a presence. I guess that is why he was known to many as Big Phil. At this time, data collection, its analysis and subsequent application were very much in their infancy. But I remember Philip making a statement along the lines of geographic information systems and remote sensing have become essential technologies that the Secretariat is rapidly adopting. The development efforts, although showing little immediate return, will have tremendous benefits in the future. I guess you could say that this was a visionary statement for GIS and remote sensing in the Pacific. As a geologist who has worked in the Pacific region during the 1980s and the 90s, initially we were incredibly lucky to have access to any visual aids at all. And that would include aerial photographs or maps, for when we were doing our field surveys. Most of our surveys simply involved walking through the bush, taking photographs, making notes of our observations, taking samples, and then interpreting the data back in the laboratory, and then endeavouring to put it into a visual format that would best support our hypothesis. With the significant advancements that have been made worldwide in GIS and remote sensing techniques, it has only made our jobs as geologists much easier. I will not spend time talking about the developments, the applications and the benefits of GIS and remote sensing techniques, as they are well known, and the Permanent Secretary has emphasised this. However, in my current role as the manager of the Disaster Reduction Program, I see these developments, coupled with the use of UAVs, has greatly enhanced our ability to provide accurate and timely pre-disaster assessments of areas that could be affected by potential hazards, allowing effective mitigation processes to be developed. It has also allowed timely post-disaster assessments to be completed and making data available in a clear and easily understood visual format of areas that have been affected by catastrophic events. For instance, the recent Cyclone Pam that occurred in Vanuatu earlier this year. In closing, I would like to again emphasise that through the visions of Philip Muller, particularly in the area of GIS and remote sensing and the associated technologies, the Pacific region is now a much richer and safer place. My best wishes to you all for the coming conference, and I trust that you will gain a more detailed understanding of the techniques and their applications, but more importantly, of the Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Our next speaker for this morning is Mr. Dilawa Grewal from the University of the South Pacific. Mr. Grewal is the Vice President, Administration for USB.
Good morning, everyone. I'll keep it really short. Honorable Permanent Secretary, Mr. Taylor, Wolf, distinguished guests, welcome to USB and welcome to this conference. Good to see you again, and I hope, as in last time, this hall will be packed by the time we're done with the registration. And this is very encouraging to see a lot of people come here, come to Fiji and come to USB for this conference. I have a couple of three small things that I'd like to share with you. I have two roles. One, I'm the Vice President for Administration at USB, and IT belongs under me as well. And also, I'm the chair of the ICT Working Group for CROP, where we look at ICT for the whole region and figure out what we can do next. And GIS is one of those things which is not only important to the region, but is also something that we need to pay even more attention than we have been in a collective sense, because it affects our economies, it affects our trading zones, it affects the welfare of our peoples, and also the utilization and preservation of resources for optimal use of each country and the region. So a couple of things that I'd like to share that I would like you as scientists and users and vendors to pay attention to and hopefully help us develop in this region is one is if we look at the overall data assimilation for the region, there are very few mechanisms in which we are able to collectively assimilate data for the region. Now, each country, each nation within the region has interests in preserving certain parts of it for their own use, and some commercial entities have interest in preserving data for their own use. But if you look at it collectively in terms of whether it is climate change, whether it is global warming, whether it is fisheries, or even trading, collective data for the region and the information you can garner from it is quite important. So currently we don't have very good mechanisms in which we can bring that data together, even IT networks that would enable large data sets to be moved from one place to another. And then on top of that, looking at large-scale high-performance computing and visualization facilities, we are quite lacking in that area. So I would encourage you to approach, for example, the Crop ICT Working Group or SPC or researchers within the academia who could help us develop those large-scale computing facilities so that we can serve the region and the scientists better. The next part is, if you look at USP is doing its part in promoting GIS and RS and remote sensing by having a degree program in which students can enroll. But in general, I feel that we could do even better in terms of making the next generation of students more aware of what GIS and remote sensing does. For most people, they happen to stumble into it. They don't quite understand how powerful this kind of information is and how it influences lives to such an extent and how optimally using this data is so very necessary. So whether we increase number of internships or you volunteer to have students that would be interested in this area or exposing students, even high school students, to this particular field in science and the technology that goes behind it would be very beneficial to all of us, and especially to the next generation of students. So those are a couple of things. In terms of data assimilation, I would like to again present an example. For example, one of the projects we were dealing with was a 360-degree cameras on fishing boats, which essentially geotag their catches and also then do image analysis to look at what kind of fish, how big the catch, how big the fish, and safety. And yet, even taking into consideration the commercial interest in it, we still keep that data fairly segregated for obvious reasons that countries want to maintain some of their own data. But there are components of it that can be shared for mutual benefit of everybody involved. And so building those resources and exposing our next generation of students to the power of that kind of data, I think are some of the things that I would like some interest in some forward motion. And again, I welcome all of you to USB, and hopefully we'll have a beautiful day for you to enjoy as well. And if anything we can do to help this conference get along and more efficiently or better, please let my office know. Otherwise, welcome you all and wish you a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gravel. Our last speaker for this session needs no introduction. Mr. Wolf Ostrater from SPC.
Good morning, Permanent Secretary. Good morning, everybody. We have to go through a couple of housekeeping issues. doesn't go without. First of all, I have to explain this conference is not a SPC conference. It's a conference, it's an independent committee where SPC has a big contribution, but it is also Lands Department and USP and others who contributed. In the beginning, it was a big contribution from Fiji Telecom. This contribution changes, but it is an independent body. Our focus is the development of GIS and remote sensing for Pacific Island countries. So not only Fiji, Fiji is a large country and important country, but we are focusing on all Pacific Island countries. And the communication is one important tool. We have here a mixture of data distributors, hard and software dealers, consulting companies, scientists, students, and the communication is one important part. But the conference is only one vehicle. You all got a welcome flyer, and there is a clear description, idiot-proofed, how to subscribe to GIS PACnet. And please do it. You can afterwards unsubscribe. Out of reasons, we don't have a printed agenda anymore, because last year on day 3, they run around with agenda from day 1, and to have Pacific Islanders presenting, we have to be flexible. They come up last minute with presentation because they get the trip financed last minute. So to keep Pacific Islanders in the conference, we have to be flexible and cannot handle it like other conferences in the world. Another vehicle is the GIS and remote sensing newsletter. It would be nice if presenters could summarize their presentation, that we have something to publish. The newsletter is running since 1993, written by Pacific Islanders. There is no other newsletter in the area GIS and remote sensing where Pacific Islanders regularly contribute. We have currently, this year, 83 presentations. And this is quite a lot. It's nearly unhandleable. I mean, you can't stay from 8 o'clock in the morning up to 6 o'clock in the evening listening to presentations. But we didn't want anybody cut out. Now slowly presentation, people cannot come. This is normal. So please watch the conference website on GIS PACnet to get every time there is a change notice. Another thing is we have to stick to 15 minutes presentation plus 5 minutes discussion. And we have to be very strict, otherwise we cannot run through the amount of presentations. And it is unfair to exceed the time, because then you cut the time from the people at the end of the session. So stick to 50 minutes. 3 minutes before end, you get a warning sign, 3 minutes left, and 1 minute before the end, you get a warning sign, 1 minute left. But then it will be cut in a military way, very strict, yeah. If you cannot present, please call me. There is number out there, or send an email to my Gmail account, very simple, wolf.forstreuter@gmail.com. We have to shorten the days in the beginning and at the end. The session leaders have strict instruction not to summarize the presentation. Not to say that was a very important presentation. There is nothing. They introduce, they don't summarize. We have our reason for this, but please don't be disappointed that there is not a positive judgment of your presentation. Please also take part in the discussion session. This is very crucial. It's the only area where we have scientists, companies, and users together, and we can discuss stuff which works very well in the United States and in Europe, but needs adaptation here in the Pacific. And there is a lot. On purpose, we don't have a Wi-Fi here. We want you to concentrate, so we cut it off. Don't try to search for it. To have a good interaction and communication, we planned several social functions. There is an opening cocktail, not like it was long time announced in the bowling club. It's directly behind the venue here. Then we have on Tuesday Yangona night, or Kava, where people from outside get to know the traditional Fiji welcome drink. Then Salote will guide you on Wednesday through the dark holes of Suva nightclubs, which are typical for Suva. You don't have somewhere else in the Pacific a density of about 20 nightclubs in walking distance. On Thursday, we have a closing cocktail at Sopec, and on Friday, this is kept for workshops. There are at the moment three or four different workshops. We will explain it in more detail. But there is still a social function. You're all invited to Sopec Talanoa Club. Talanoa means in Fijian talk. There is a bar which opens every Friday. You all are invited. And Saturday, we have a sandbank picnic. There are 2 boats which carry you to the sandbank in the Suva Reef to enjoy a beer under open environment or under open sky. So, another very important housekeeping issue, USP provides this facility here for free, but please do not bring drinks and food into the room here. Keep it outside, don't take it inside. I had to promise USP that this will not happen again last year. I didn't see it, but somehow it happened. We have no food provided. We can't, this will spoil the conference budget, but there is plenty of food around here in the USP facility, and across the road, you just have to go. A lot of people thinking Fiji is a third world country, but it's not. You go across the road, you find a gourmet restaurant called McDonald's. We have it here. Okay, I wish you all interesting days of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolf. Just before we go for a break, can we all go outside for a photo session, and then we have the morning tea later? Okay, it's just in front of the building where you took the photo last year. I think we had the same photo session last year. So you can all make your way to that place. Just before we go on a break, I'd just like you to take this moment to just give a hand to all our speakers this morning. Thank you. To those of you that are presenting in the next session, could you please just make your way down here and bring a presentation for loading? Thank you.
Iyo. Applying geography Basically, my first one's going to be applying geography everywhere, and the second one will be...
I just had
Mine's not already there, but that's fine if you copy it again.
Can I just delete
Yeah.
into session 2? So, they will use yours is up on there, Python.
Bring it up on the screen so I can just see what it looks like, please.
Which one?
The second one.
This one?
Oh, yeah. The screen is not widescreen, so it might be interesting to see how it presents. Hi. And yeah. And chuck that into that one. Okay, cool. Is that presenter mode on there?
Yeah.
Oh no, not that. Oh no. Oh, is it?
I want use presenter here.
Hey, good one.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, because
Can we mirror? Okay. See, the problem is that doesn't give me presenter mode, it just gives me that. But speaker notes. Are we able to, if I change this, well, let's do this. Go to screen resolution. And go, actually go. You do extend.
extend.
There we go. Cool. Sweet. Okay. I think most people want this anyway.
Yeah, because you
So, there we go. So now,
Does it work? No, no.
no, sorry,
Still.
hit presenter view. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. Oh no, what else? I wanted the other way around. Hold on. Show on primary. Oh no, show presenter view on monitor 2.
Monitor 2.
Yeah, okay, cool. Try that now.
Oh no, it doesn't do the both dual screen. I think they locked it.
Is it working now?
Great, thank you.
Please take your seat.
Hello everybody, can everybody come in please and sit down? We need to get the next session started, otherwise we're going to be running late. Can everyone please come and take your seats? My name's Donna Hayes from CSIRO in Australia. I've got the pleasure of chairing this session and we have a good lineup of interesting talks. I have the pleasure to introduce David Fraser. He's from Melbourne, Australia, from the Mapping Science Institute of Australia. And he's going to be talking recent trends in GIS science. Will you please just welcome?
Thank you. It's lovely to be in Suva again and to give this presentation. Hopefully it's going to be enlightening in many ways, because a lot of this that I'm presenting has been taken from recent web pages. I produce a newsletter every month that I trawl the websites and collect this information. I thought, well, here we go, if we have a look at some of these trends. So I'm a retired associate professor from the RMIT, but I'm still involved in the International Cartographic Association there, and I write the monthly newsletter, as I said, and also involved in their education commission and so on, and other things as well. I've been to Suva a few times, brought a whole bunch of students here, and Nick there in the middle there, he's in his lovely floral shirt there, and I swapped for 2 weeks at the USP with him, and that was a great time as well. So, and I was out at the sandbar out there cleaning up for Fiji Day. So straight into it, this is what the recent trends are, or maybe not so recent with some. The fact that we can have old maps that have been around for a long time, but we can give them a new life, and so we can put them on top of DEMs and add other information to them, and to see why people put their villages in certain places, or why certain roads and other infrastructure were put where they are in the past, as we add that digital elevation model and other information to existing maps. And the libraries now are going all digital, and so it's great that the access to these old maps and charts are available to us. And so I volunteer at a library in the map section, and it's like a kid in a lolly shop, and I found these 3 old Admiralty charts here from a few of the islands around the area here. And imagine what you can do with those once you add other information that is now available to them in remote sensing satellite imagery. The other thing about it is for education, it's just marvellous, the spatial knowledge that's on demand that ArcGIS and others provide online courses. And if you trawl the internet, there's so many resources for education. And again, in the newsletter, every month I'll put a section that's called Education and Resources so that people can access them. It's just marvellous what's out there. There's a company, and this is pretty weird, but the guy's making a fortune out of this. He's been in contact with me because he said, put me in your newsletter because I want a bit of publicity. Well, he doesn't need it anymore. This is, instead of using a grid system, well, he uses a grid system 2 metres by 2 metres over the whole of the world. It's virtual, so you don't have to sort of peg it out. And every 2 metres by 2 metres, people can buy that space and put 3 words, 3 critical words that may describe their business that's at that location or something else that's at that location. Say, well, this is pretty weird, but it works. And a lot of companies are getting on board with it, including Esri. So if you want to sort of see more about it, well, just type in what 3 words into Google and it'll come up with this crazy new idea that's working. Laser mapping's been around for a while, 15 years of growth, and we couldn't do without it now. Colleague from RMIT, ex-colleague, went over to the United Arab Emirates and lived like a king, prince over there, because they've got a lot of money. And they wanted all their historical sites done with 3D data clouds, and that happened. So data clouds was the next one, LiDAR and that, just magnificent, right down to the micro to the macro, we've got that available to us. So again, that's been around for quite a while, but we haven't used, I'll say drones, but in this instance, but it's taking off, so to speak, literally. And people are using it to 3D mapping of hectares in a few hours, which would have taken many, many days and beyond some of these things that are happening now. If you blink, the technology changes, and what you were working on can now be done in 5 minutes instead of a couple of hours, and so on. There's one coming out next year, 2016, called Lily Camera, and it's just a drone. You throw it up in the air and it follows you. You've got a little tracking device on your wrist. Now, you may not be jumping off ski slopes and other things like that, but if you're going down tracks, or you're in a boat, or if you're going along the wall of a dam and you want that track with a camera, it can go in front of you, it can go behind you, it can go beside you, it can circle around you. And 2016, that's coming out. And all you do is just throw it up and then you press a button to say, come back, and it comes back and it lands in your hand. Comes at a price, of course. The world's most accurate map of seafloor, the world's most accurate map of so many different things now that we didn't have access to before. We said, oh, well, we didn't have data, we didn't have the technology to do these things, and now we're getting more and more sophisticated. We're probably building a better virtual world than we have in the real world, in some respects. It's free of politics, the virtual world. But all this sort of new accurate stuff that's coming. Interactive mapping, looking at ice melt and looking at rising seas. We can do it interactively, and we can say, well, this is a model that shows the rise in the water, what areas of land will be underwater if there's a rise with a certain amount, and so on. GIS in the cloud, I put my presentation in the cloud. I have no idea where it is, but it's up there in the cloud, just in case the real thing didn't work. But and we can do that from all our different devices now and have our data so that it's readily available to us wherever we go. So we don't have to worry about having it just on one source now. And you have to give up your feeling of security. And you just say, oh, well, look, I've gone so far with Google, it's asking me to do this, that and the other. Oh, I may as well just do it. They're not going to be worried about me. 3D mapping and modelling. 3D mapping and modelling market worth $7.7 billion. What's happening here? We don't have any percentage of that, do we? That's a massive amount of money there. This is a cave system. And in the earlier times, you have to go through with your surveying equipment and measure it all out. And now it's just so much easier with 3D mapping and modelling to get parts of the world that were inaccessible before mapped out. 3D printing, boy, is that taking off. When I first talked about this, how somebody created this 3D bicycle and rode it out of the warehouse, and everybody said, 3D, no, Dave's gone crazy again. But now it's in there in in the mapping area, and people on the right-hand side over there, it's Manhattan with 3D buildings there, and they're all to the scale and to the size that they're meant to be. And so people can build their own 3D printers now, and so this 3D modelling, real tangible, tactile modelling is available. And maps for autonomous vehicles. Now, this idea of people not driving the cars driving themselves. Okay, interesting. But look, TomTom got a whole fleet of them there, and they require very accurate mapping and navigation systems to do that, and that's part of what we do. A lot of people don't realise that are out there in the sort of the regular world. They just don't understand. You know, you draw a map. That's what you do. Okay? No. And then you try and explain, and you just sort of see them glaze over a bit. But there's so much to it with the GIS and the remote sensing that we're aware of. Our marketing and our publicity needs to improve, I think. The idea of having handheld, like Apple is developing the iPhone, shoots out laser beams and you can get a 3D coordinate system of a building or whatever you're firing at. Fantastic. You know, these little phones that we've got now, they're just developing so many new abilities, and that's a fantastic system. And this one here on the right-hand side is the room that this guy has taken with his little phone. And these things developed, and probably now there's a better system that's available. The indoor mapping, Google, the cartographer, that looks like a sort of very early version, like an early version of GPS with massive battery and so forth. But everything's coming down in size, and what I love is that people with certain limited abilities and that, and this woman with her sight limitation can navigate around the airport in this instance because of the technology that we create, we develop, we're interested in. And I love that. It's opening up new worlds for different people. Real-time mapping, so that if you're in a shop, welcome to our store. Open now to unlock your personal offer, just while you're here. If you do it, you get a discount of 10%. You know, right, this real-time stuff that, look, I'm not really interested in, you know, buying a pair of socks today. 25% off the shoes in the next hour. That's because you're in the shopping centre. Do we really want this? Maybe we do. But this is all sort of part of the real-time mapping that's happening. Smart watch mapping, not with my eyes, but map view, street view. We're going back to the Dick Tracy, the tiny watch and putting things on there. Well, a colleague at the Power of Maps conference in Canberra this year, he had one of those, and he was showing the advantages of it and zooming, you know, you do it with your fingers. He was doing that on his watch and all this type of thing. I thought, yep, it's a gadget. We'll find out whether it's worthy. Crowdsourcing, wonderful, wonderful thing. In Nepal with the earthquakes there, they created maps in a very short period of time. And that's a crowdsourced one from OpenStreetMap of Suva. And the idea of getting people together to produce the information and to upgrade the information. What a lovely, lovely system. Expansion of Street View into things that sort of underwater, the barrier reef and the pyramids and other places. We won't have to travel in the future. We'll just go there virtually and put in our 3D system and away we go. But it's, this is you know, a company that's really gone by storm in terms of providing us with cartographic products. Nano-cartography, I'm glad I'm not a honeybee. This is a little micro circuit that's on the back of the bee to see where the bee goes, and so we can track the bee. Can you imagine that? We're now in that level of micro. Grab the bee, put a bit of glue on it, stick the micro circuit, and away you go. And this guy, he comes home from a hard day at work. He's got this thing on his head, and his wife said, "What is that stupid thing? Get it off your head." And it's some scientist has stuck this on the head to track this, is it a sea lion, I guess, there. And so all these animals going around with, and turtles, they've got turtles, I noticed just recently where they put a GoPro on a turtle to see what it's eating, what seagrass it's eating and what it isn't. So look out, animals, you're into the technology age. Extra large format maps. I'm producing one for schools in Australia, like that Asia one there. I did the similar thing back in 1986, but had to put all the 1 to 250,000 maps together, stick them together and laminate them and so on, and got all the students involved, and it was a wonderful experience. But now you can just get a digital product, as I did from Geoscience Australia, complimentary, because it's on Creative Commons, and producing a map like that. Well, I haven't produced it yet, but I believe I can. And then it's just going to go out to schools, and the schools can use it for understanding our technology a bit more, or our mapping and so forth. But let's not forget about us as the human beings. This guy is inspirational. This is a guy who's been blind since he was, and the reason for putting this up is to say, don't limit yourself in your own thinking. 3 minutes, okay, right. He was blind from birth. He uses echolocation. He puts a little click out with his tongue, and he knows where he is. But not only that, but wait, there's more. He rides a bicycle. He said, when I ride a bicycle, I have to do it 5 times quicker because things are happening all the time. And he visualises sort of in his mind. But there you go. He does it. It's an incredible story. Just to few commercials at the end, because if I come to a conference, I like to give you something to take home. eCarto is the monthly newsletter that I produce for the International Cartographic Association. If you want to subscribe to it, just go to the International Cartographic Association main page, and there'll be a subscribe to Dave Fraser's email newsletter. Put your email address in there, and then you'll be harassed for the rest of your life. No, you'll then get my newsletter every month. I'm sure you can always unsubscribe. But that's not a regular newsletter, that's just a whole set of links to different websites around the world of significance. Atlas of Knowledge, I've just reviewed this Atlas of Knowledge, and for the price of $39.95, not even $40, you can get this. And on the review of it, I said, this is a great little book, this one, and so I thought I'd throw it up so that you could buy it if you want. Nasi Rakaka, some of you may know Nasi, he's now over in Western Australia. He's produced a Facebook page, very excited about it, and he puts lots of stuff about geospatial science up there, called Cartopacifica. And Nasi's new Gmail address down there, cartopacifica@gmail.com. So he'd love you to be whatever you are on Facebook, a friend on Facebook. And he's very excited about sending stuff out. Or alternatively, there is the website, the Cartopacifica website, that has cartographic resources, map gallery, technical information, Pacific Island cartography, cartographic education and training, and the Cartography Monthly newsletter, which is more the local one. Just about there. Okay. Also, I've run cartographic workshops in Iran, Vietnam and Indonesia. I'd love to run a couple in Pacific Islands. And so think about that if you're interested in that side. I think we're thinking of sort of starting it up next year if there's an interest there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Is there anybody got any questions? Well, I was pretty interested in the little drone you could just chuck up and follow you. How much are those? You know, these drones that can follow you around and take images.
Yeah, well, look, I don't know much about that drone, except that I read about it and said, what a neat little toy. I'd love to have one. But if you go on to Lily Camera, there'd be more information about it there.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. The next person who's coming to talk to us is Jithan Singh, and he's actually going to be giving us 2 talks this morning. The first is Applying Geography Everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I should have said that Jithan is from Esri in New Zealand.
Thanks. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Jithan Singh. I'm from Esri in New Zealand, and today I have two quick talks. The first one is about applying geography everywhere. It's a recent trend, and I want to just give you an overview of what we're doing in the Esri world to support this new trend. And in my second presentation, I'll give you some real-world customer examples on how they're using and they're applying geography everywhere. So the first thing we needed to do when we discovered this new trend is actually adapt our vision. Our vision is what drives our product. And there were some very interesting insights from David just before in his presentation, and I think a lot of that can be summed up in the sense that geography is being applied everywhere. So once we took this on board, We looked at what's happening in the industry. Technology is changing. You know, we're starting to get things like Internet of Things. There's sensors everywhere. There's drones. A whole bundle of different things coming together. So what we came up with was this new concept called WebGIS. And with WebGIS, we're now able to extend that to the rest of the enterprise. You know, applying geography everywhere doesn't mean taking desktop and giving it to the guy who's your manager, or taking desktop and putting it on a mobile device, because it's impractical to do so. So one of the things we wanted to do is build the tools in a way that makes sense for the guy. So if he's a field worker and he's going out there to do field work, well then he has a particular tool specifically designed for his needs. Or in the same way for the web guy. So it's not necessarily just about desktop, it's more about how we apply that to the rest of the enterprise and the ecosystem. So this is how ArcGIS stands today. At the bottom level is what we call our services. Now, if we take a typical scenario, user working in desktop, he wants to share that information to someone. How does he do that? Well, there's many ways, right? You can zip it up, you can put it in a DVD, many different ways to do it. And you know, you can also serve it up as services as well. Well, in the Esri world, one of the things we look at is taking data and turning it into services. Because once it's a service, it's then made available to many people, either securely or insecurely. The level on top of that is where our access tier comes in, and this is all about security, permissions, collaboration, enhancements, and features. And then on the top level is where your apps tier comes in, and this is where you apply certain apps to consume that data. So I'm going to quickly run through some of the work we're doing in some of the key areas. Desktop. What are we doing to apply this new vision of geography everywhere? Well, firstly, desktop is now playing a part in this new WebGIS concept that I just mentioned. But how is it doing that? Well, many of you will be familiar with ArcMap. Some of you already used this today. ArcMap has been around for a very, very long time. We're continuing to evolve it. In fact, it's still a current product for us. We're shipping 10.4 in December. About December 20th, you'll get 10.4. But we realize that it's just not up to speed and up to spec with some of the other tools out there and and our new vision of applying geography everywhere. And this is where we've come up with this brand new tool called ArcGIS Pro. It's a really powerful, new, designed, highly performant tool that's going to be made available. In fact, it's included at no extra cost if you've already got ArcGIS Desktop. Like I said, ArcMap continues to evolve. It continues to be a current and important product for us, but ArcGIS Pro sits alongside that. It's now part of our desktop stack, and it's what you get if you've already got the desktop tools. Again, these things can be installed side by side. All of your data and your whole documentation can be brought right into ArcGIS Pro just to work with. And we're supporting the 3 different versions. But we're continuing to evolve it. And again, our vision about applying geography everywhere comes into this. We're doing a lot of stuff in our desktop tools to try and make this a reality. One of the exciting new features for me coming next year is the fact that we will be releasing ArcGIS for drones and UAVs. This is a brand new extension that will be included at no cost, which will allow you to post-process a lot of the data coming off the drones and sensors today. So that's pretty exciting. In the web world, what are we doing in the web space? Well, the first thing we're seeing is an identity for the organization, this concept of portals. These tools are included at no extra cost to your desktop licensing that you have already, but they're giving an identity to your organization. Organizations like Vodafone New Zealand, Auckland Council, Wellington City Council, they're now using these as a way for the public, but also internal users to find and discover information. David was talking about cartography, and it's a very, very interesting new space. How do we apply cartography to our maps? And many of you that work in desktop already know how to do that. Well, some do. Some create some pretty awful maps. But how do you do that on the web? You know, the web has been around for a while, and technology has been around for a while. But we're starting to see more and more of web maps coming out. But how do you apply great cartography to it? So some of the tools that we've been building is this concept of smart mapping, which automatically reads your data and recommends the best way to visualize it. If it's point data showing, say, crashes, it gives you a recommendation automatically. Analysis tools. Again, not taking desktop tools and putting it on the web to carry out analysis. That doesn't make sense.
What does make sense is providing simple tools for the end user. So someone else in another team that's not the GIS team can actually access a browser and carry out some simple analysis to solve a particular problem. And the key one that's very exciting for me is this concept of open data. I think the Vice President this morning of administration, he mentioned how they're looking at ways to create these portals to find and discover data. Well, this is an exciting new concept, open data for ArcGIS. Again, included within ArcGIS Online and your desktop tools, it again provides an identity, but also a way for users to discover information and find and download that information, not only in Esri formats, but in every other format, OGC formats, other capable formats, and we're starting to see this grow substantially in New Zealand. The big thing for us is that we're working with Land Information New Zealand, who are adopting this as a concept as well. So quickly, into the app space. What's happening in the app space? Well, this is another interesting, right? You know, the world is all moving to apps. We're seeing a lot of cool stuff coming out on your mobile devices. For me, it's not about taking specialized tools and giving it off to a guy in the field. It does not make sense. What does make sense is building a specific app for a specific purpose. So I want to quickly talk to you about some of the apps that we're building. We've categorized them into 3 forms: field, office, and public applications. In our field space, we're continuing to add these. We're continuing to grow and build more applications. The key application for us has been Collector. Some of you guys have already used Collector for ArcGIS. It's a free download from the app stores on both Android, iOS, and now we have it on the Windows Phone platform. It's really designed for, like the name suggests, collecting information out in the field. Pretty exciting, cool app. But some of the new ones we've added, Navigator for ArcGIS just got released. Navigator is exactly the same as Google Maps, but we're not competing with Google Maps. It does not make sense for us to build an application and expect you to use it instead of Google, because Google does a great job. But where Navigator comes in is that we're starting to see a lot of utilities, transportation companies, they want to add their own data to these maps. Your own road network, where the maps that Google provide or other providers out there don't have. You'll be able to do that with Navigator. You'll be able to take it out in the field. The other big application that's coming is Workforce. Workforce is all about managing a small workforce. So you can send you guys out there to do projects. You can track what they're doing. They can feed that information back. So if we take a typical scenario, where your field crews use ArcGIS, well, they get the job assigned through Workforce. They use Navigator to find out how to get there. When they get there, Workforce tells back office that they're there. Collector allows them to collect the information, and then Workforce again to figure out what their next job is. You'll be able to jump between all of these applications. Now, you don't have to use our applications. These applications are included at no cost, but you don't have to use these. You can always build your own ones as well to extend these workflows. In the office space, we realize that, again, applying geography everywhere, there's a lot of users out there that are not GIS users, that are not, that don't have any understanding about geospatial, but they want to use mapping tools. So we've got add-ins for Esri Map for Office, which extends your workflows so those guys can visualize data as well. As well as a brand new application that we're releasing called ArcGIS Earth. ArcGIS Earth is actually a free downloadable application. There'll be zero cost, no sign-in, and the origins of this have really come from Google. So Google's decided to get out of the enterprise space. Some of you might have heard that. As a result of doing so, they had a lot of very annoyed enterprise customers. They have been working with us, and as a result of that, they told those guys, hey, we'll have a free swap out to Esri, which is great, but we needed to enhance some of our tools. And this is where ArcGIS Earth has really come on. So again, it is a free tool. It's for visualization purposes only, but it's a great way of start playing with technology. And as I mentioned, you're able to create your own tools as well. So for the web, we've got these new web builders, which doesn't require any coding. You can just drag and drop components onto the map. You can add functionality. We're continuing to enhance this, but we're seeing this being applied and geography being applied to other parts. So we're seeing a lot of web teams and IT teams using this technology rather than your GIS guy. I mean, I'm seeing more and more non-GIS guys using this technology to create maps. The GIS guys are very focused on what they're good at as far as building or creating awesome maps and running analysis at the desktop level, but it's how you get that out to the rest of the users in the enterprise. And then we've got a brand new tool coming as well. It's called App Studio. If you've ever wondered how to create native applications, this is an application that runs on your smartphone. Well, it's quite a complicated task. You need to hire specialist developers to do that. Well, what App Studio does is that it takes a template and gives you an application. We take that complexity away from you. We've had a lot of demand from customers. Again, I want to give geography to users, to the public, in an easy manner. How do I do that without paying some guy to build it for Android and iOS and Windows Phone? Well, that's what App Studio does for you in a very efficient way. The last thing I wanted to touch on is this concept of an open ArcGIS platform. It's been a very interesting topic, and many users have asked us to see what we can do to make the ArcGIS platform open. So we're working hard on this. And I've broken this up into 3 key areas: standards, industry formats, and open software. From a standards point of view, we're increasingly supporting the majority of the OGC standards that are currently available. Yep, let's go. And as well as a number of other industry formats out there. There's a whole bundle that are becoming available. The one I'd like to mention, which is very interesting, is we're working with Mapbox. Some of you guys might have heard of Mapbox. They make great looking maps. So working with Mapbox and adopting their scheme of way of working, very soon at Pro 1.2, which releases in December as well, you'll be able, from desktop, to create the same maps that Mapbox use in their platform. And you'll be able to apply the same style sheets. The other big one is all about making our software open. Now, obviously, as a commercial company, it does make it a little bit hard to make all of our software open. But one of the things we are doing is we're trying increasingly to make as much of it open. So when I talked about all those apps, well, all of those apps are open. All of the code for those apps, the web browsers, the web templates, they're all open as well. Available, again, to users who want to build against them, but also contribute back to Esri. The big one that we've just released was, for example, in the desktop space, was an R to Python integration. We didn't build that as proprietary. We actually released it as open source. So you can go on there, you can download it if you want. If you want to, you can contribute back to the program. So we're increasingly looking at ways that we can do that with our technology. So just lastly, to summarize from a technology point of view, we're really seeing this whole trend of applying geography everywhere grow. We see our customers ask for it. And for us, it's all about how we take GIS to the next level and how we build the tools that make sense for the right people that are using them. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Well, thank you, Jiffin. Jiffin's about to give us, his next talk is more about applying geography for the customers.
Thanks. So in my second presentation, so my first presentation obviously was very technology driven. My second one, I want to talk a little bit about how customers are utilizing the ArcGIS technology stack. And I wanted to present this. This was actually done by one of our partners, GPSit, who I think were here last year. And Matt and his team have been working really hard with some of the customers in New Zealand, especially in the biosecurity industry, with some pretty cool tools. So I'll just start off with a bit of a background. Some of you might know this. This is what we call kiwi fruit. There are many types of kiwi fruit available. In fact, there's a number of varieties now available. And there's many of these choices coming out of New Zealand. Matt and his team set out to map a number of the orchards around the country. So, they went around, they put some GPS devices out there, and they mapped these all out. So this was a great starting point, right? We never had this before, but suddenly we had a map which showed where all the orchards are, and you can see they're predominantly in the North Island, 2,900 or so orchards. For those that don't know, this is what a typical kiwi fruit orchard looks like. This is about 3.87 hectares worth. This is in the Bay of Plenty up in Tauranga. So Zespri, who represents the majority of kiwi fruit growers in the country, caught onto this and went, wow, okay, can you give us a dashboard view which shows what the distribution is, and so I can see what the orchards are. So this was an out-of-the-box, it's what we call an out-of-the-box template in the sense that it doesn't require any development, or coding, it's just configuration. So the guys put this together, and what this is just a view at the bottom showing the different types of kiwi fruit within the different areas. So as you zoom into an area, the actual information at the bottom updates itself to show what the distribution of kiwi fruit is in a particular area. So that was very exciting for Zespri. It's something that they put onto their website as well, so others can understand the distribution of kiwi fruit around the country. This map shows the different orchards around the Tauranga area. As you can see, there's 1,000 of them, and what the guys did then was not only map this out at a high level, but actually get into the more detail. So they actually went out and actually mapped all of the polygons off these different orchards. So you can see there's a lot of orchards here, but it took them quite a while to do that. But once they had this information, it was great for them to use this later on if they needed to. So in 2010, the kiwi fruit industry in New Zealand was booming. We had 3 new varieties. We were releasing new kiwi fruit all the time. It was a great, great time. But then in November 2010 came PSA. For those that don't know, PSA is a bacterial disease that kills kiwi fruit. So as you can imagine, this was a huge blow for the kiwi fruit industry. This is just an example of what some of the infected vines look like, red and white seeping. But it also meant that many of the orchards had to be cut and bagged for disposal. So huge, massive, massive issue for New Zealand and the country. Zespri were very concerned about this, as you can imagine, and they wanted to track the status of this. They started to panic and went, oh my God, what are we going to do? So based on the data that GPS had, Matt and his team produced this initial impact map. And what this map showed is that it showed the spread, it tracked the spread of PSA and the status. So this map was updated daily. At this point, it was very much something that was done in the desktop tools, and the output was just this. It evolved very quickly to them using some of the templates to put this on the website, so Zespri could know what the latest statistics are, and also senior government can access this information. They also used some of the desktop tools to look at how wind could play a part in the spread of PSA, so modeling this into their maps as well. Other maps showing like blocks of protected sprays, so the protectant sprays being applied to the different orchards, those started to be produced because they really needed to start tracking this. And they were able to look at time lapses, so you can see over time what the spread looked like. It was starting to really, really take over the majority of the orchards that you saw in there, and how quickly this disease moved. So during this time, this was a very common notice around the country. We started to see PSA notices everywhere, and it was quite a concern for the industry. Well, today, what has happened? Well, today the kiwi fruit industry is living, but PSA is still around. We've made a remarkable recovery since PSA struck New Zealand, but it's they're living with it. Then came this guy. Now, some of you might know what this is. Some of you might not. Well, this is the Queensland fruit fly. Again, we don't really like our Australian friends. But in 2014, the KVH magazine named the fruit fly as the biggest threat to the kiwi fruit industry. And so Zespri and many of the growers started to panic again. We had just recovered from PSA, and suddenly we get this thing. In New Zealand, I think it was last year actually, or I can't remember, maybe this year, but a female fruit fly was found in the Auckland area. MPI, Biosecurity New Zealand, needed to inform the public of the restrictions that they're putting in place. And they needed a way of doing that. This was a simple application that was put together for them in less than a couple hours of the announcement. It takes in the user's address and it tells them whether they're in zone A or B and what restrictions apply to them. Alternatively, you can click the GPS button and you get a view of whether you're inside the zone or not. A number of restrictions were put in place. It was the time of the Cricket World Cup as well, so we were trying to get the message out to everyone that there's going to be a lot of restrictions on fruit. So with this in mind, a lot was required. Matt and his team at GPSit, they were working with Zespri, they were working with Biosecurity New Zealand, and these guys wanted information. They were tasked with locating every cool house and pack house in the country. But the great thing is that they'd already known this from all the stuff they had done before with PSA. They were able to quickly stand up a web application like this, which shows the impact of the fruit fly at the different buffer distances, those rings representing the different buffer distances. This was done online. It was up and running in the same day that the announcement was made and the day it was discovered. So for Biosecurity New Zealand, they were able to have a great view of what the status of things are from the start. China, who we export a lot of kiwi fruit to, mandated a 27.2 kilometer buffer around orchards. Well, this came as a big concern, obviously, to the export market in the country. They needed to know what this actually meant. 27.2 Ks in New Zealand is a lot. So this map showed them a view of that. Again, all of these templates all these maps I'm showing were done in configurable templates. There wasn't a lot of effort to put this together if you've already got the data to do so. Using the same data against, this is called an impact template, they were able to see what a fruit fly, or what the impact was if a fruit fly was found around a particular house. And how many potential orchards. So you can see there's a little black pointer in there if you can see it. But these are the number of the orchards that could potentially be affected if they found a fruit fly in that area. So as time passed on, GPSit decided to use a new template and build some new tools. Well, actually, I shouldn't say build, configure some new tools for future biosecurity trends. In this particular new tool, users can enter their address, they can drop a pin, or they can draw a polygon on the map and adjust the different buffer distances. This one shows the nearest impacted pack houses at the scene of a particular incident. So they brought a lot of those templates together in this one new template. Again, technology is evolving, templates are evolving, our web tools are evolving, so through configuration they were able to do this now. This one shows the nearest orchard, also provides driving instructions as well. This one shows the summary of the incident, which can also be exported to CSV files. And this one brings them all together. It's a great view of everything together, as well as the ability to download the CSV files. So you can see that the team at GPSit were really trying to look at ways that they can apply technology everywhere and apply geography to the rest of the others in the organization. Now, a lot of those users at Zespri and MPI and Biosecurity New Zealand, they're not necessarily desktop users. They wanted a way of visualizing this information that they can brief ministers and the like. The other aspect I didn't cover off on was obviously the whole app space. There was a lot of apps that they were using out in the field, some of the ones I mentioned, Collector and Explorer, to have that same information available to them. So when those officers are out there, they have the ability to access that same information and understand what the threats are of this particular fruit fly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jiffin. Is there any questions? So I heard that you were saying that there was quite a few companies that obviously provide support to customers. Does Esri actually provide that kind of support as well? If there's a problem and they actually need to be able to, they don't know how to analyse the data, they've got an idea of what they want to know, who provides that?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So I guess in Fiji or the South Pacific, there's two cases. Well, I mean, obviously if you have a problem with the technology and you're struggling to use it, definitely contact our help desk. The team will help you. But the other big announcement that we had at the Esri Day last week was that Conway and his team at MWH are now a business partner in the South Pacific and in Fiji. So they're here to help you guys as well if you need that help.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ken Mathers from New Zealand, Wellington, New Zealand, from a company called Hexagon. And his talk's going to be on creating 3D surface models from satellite imagery. Thank you very much.
Thanks everyone. Good turnout I see this year. I've been coming to these conferences since they started 16 years ago, and they always amaze me how many people turn up for these sorts of things. And as per some of the other speakers, a common thread is that even though GIS is regarded by almost everybody as probably one of the most crucial parts of an organisation, it amazes me how little understanding there is in certain parts of the community as to what that really means. And unless you are a GIS specialist, it's very hard to even convey it because the topic is so vast, it covers pretty much everything. So I'm just going to cover a few bits, and just to put it into context, briefly explain who we are. And the vision and the mission statement of every organisation is vitally important. Unless you know where you're heading, then you're not going to end up where you're heading, you're going to end up somewhere random. So it's important to have a mission and a vision. And basically our company is focused on things that measure anything in the real world, and then making sense of the complex information that comes out of that. So lots of sensor technology. Pretty much everything is a sensor these days. Your wristwatch is a sensor, your smartphone, and then you get the more sophisticated sensors that are on drones and satellite devices, etc. And taking all that data and making it understandable. So just at a glance what our company is about. We provide the technology. We have a huge organisation around the world, 15,000 people focused on doing these things in 46 countries. And another important thing is a company needs to be financially focused. And it might seem a little bit of an odd thing that why are we focused on making money? Well, unless your company is focused on being successful, it's likely to go out of business. So it can be the most amazing company doing the most amazing things without good structure, and it won't be around for the long term. So it's important that you can understand that organisations are sound. So in a world, there's two parts, or there's multiple parts, but in any business process or workflow, you've got sensors that are gathering information in the world, and you've got organisations wanting to use them, and you've got software that bridges that gap between taking that confusing data, turning it into something that you can understand and transform it to make it useful. And this again is a common thread in all the discussion we've had so far. It's a very complex world. So we've got a lot of raw data comes out of all these sensors, whether it be aerial photos, point cloud, vector data, your thermal imaging and radar, and every bit of that information comes out and isn't usable in its raw format. You have to do something with it. So the things that as an organisation you want to do, clearly you want to visualise it, that's a start. You want to classify it so you can make sense of what's in there, analyse the results, measure it, enhance it, and finally produce a map. And that producing the map is what most people can understand because that's what they finally see. But the map is just the byproduct of a business process that has varying degrees of technology involved in it. So part of this is because you've got a very complex world in a GIS environment, and you've got a vast range of people that are using that technology, like my colleague in the previous speech, you can't produce one solution that meets everybody because some of it requires highly technical skills, and some of it requires people who know nothing other than they want to see what the map looks like and they still want to use it. So we produce user interfaces that cover all aspects of that. We have some powerful dynamic modelling. So this takes all of that complex mathematics that goes into doing this stuff and packages it into little usable pieces that you can string together in a workflow. And we also leverage heavily on the hardware that is increasingly available. Hardware just keeps marching on, and if you look at when I started in GIS was over 20 years ago, and we had a big mainframe computer that was half as big as a room, and it had about 1/10 of the power as what I've got on my cell phone today. So the hardware just keeps romping along, and it's a difficult thing because in a low economy country, you invest heavily into buying some hardware thinking that's going to set me up for life, but next year it's redundant, 3 years maximum, and you might as well throw it away and buy some new hardware. So that's a difficult pill to take, but as the technology comes along, we make use of it, manage all the multi-core processing and distributing processing so that you can make use of lots of computers to do one job. And the people that use all this technology is pretty much everybody, but local and regional government, utilities, defence, exploration and natural resources are all key people who do this, and they all do it using different user interfaces and different workflows, whether it be imagery data or vector data or analysing data, thematic mapping, change detection, etc. And the aim of the game here is to try and make this stuff more simple, so make it consistent. You learn the process, you learn the techniques, and then you can apply different techniques to the different tasks and get the results. So now I'm going to move on to one little part of it. So Hexagon consists of 30 companies that do pretty much everything related to GIS. And we've got divisions such as Leica, who have all the survey equipment, and we've got divisions that build and manage drones, and we've got the division that used to be Intergraph that did vector and raster-based GIS. So ERDIS was a company in its own right, and now ERDIS is a product. It's a Hexagon product. And I'm just going to talk about some new features which are starting to narrow us down to the topic of my speech. So the latest release that's come out has a number of nice, clever new things in there. And one is zone change detection. And what this is about is if you were trying to analyse an entire forest in Fiji, it's a vast area. And you can analyse a whole lot and then you get some confusing results because different areas are different. So this is a nice streamlined workflow which lets you break it down into manageable chunks. So in the example on the screen, it's based on land base. You feed in all your parcel data as the input and it steps through one at a time and does a complete change detection per parcel. And then it works out what are the highest ones and streams them into a workflow that, as an end user knowing nothing, you just click the next button, takes you and shows you what it is, tells you how much change, and you can then confirm it. So you can do a very quick first pass over a vast area, and if you're not using parcels, you could just simply put a grid over it of X and Y of whatever size, and it will just treat each little piece one at a time, and then you can get down to narrow down to what you want to do. So this is just an example of something that was packaged up to something that you could do before, but it's taken a very complex, streamlined process and simplified it down so that somebody knowing very little could do it. And it just processes the data, and there's a nice little icon in here, and you just change the icon, just click on it and change it to one of the 3 or 4 statuses that you define. And there's a lot of considerations, given the time constraint. I'm not going to dwell on all of these, but they're all common sense. If you're trying to analyse the detection of change between 2 things, clearly there need to be the similar images of the similar densities, the similar textures, daytime, shadow casting, all those sorts of things that can give you skewed results. The next one is the photogrammetry workflow. So photogrammetry is a skill which has been demystified as time goes on, but in the past you had to be a specific photogrammetrist, years of university skills, and you could do some clever things. And that still applies. You still have the need for high-end photogrammetrists, but there's a lot of stuff that a non-photogrammetrist wants to do. And so this was a simple example where typically from a satellite, because of the size of images, they take a low-resolution multispectral image and they take a high-resolution panchromatic image, and they provide you both. And this is a tool that's now turned into something that a non-photogrammetrist can use by just grabbing that little workflow out of the box and take those 2 images and end up with the best of both worlds, in that it colorises the panchromatic and you get a high-resolution colour output. Now moving closer to the topic, one of the things that's also new in our latest release is the process to build digital elevation models. So a digital elevation model, hand up everybody that understands DEM and DSM. Okay, so most people understand the topics, but there's a lot of hands that didn't go up. So a digital elevation model is something that I know every spot on the ground, how far is it above high watermark. And a digital elevation model is just very similar, but it's a slightly different output. One turns it into shapes of the output, smooths it down. So one of them is pixel level, one of them is probably shape level, and as smooth as you want. So in order to create those, you've been able to do it since forever. You could put in the 2 pairs of photographs, and basically it's triangulation. If I take a photograph looking from up here and come down and find that corner of the bench, and I come from here and come down there, I can form a triangle and work out in true 3D space where the corner of that bench is. You apply that to the whole world, and hey presto, you build a surface model. And it was always a very complex process. But with the advances in the hardware and the satellites actually transmit enough information that you can actually produce one of those with no control points at all. So who knows what a control point is? Only a much smaller number of people. So if I wanted to confirm that my image resolution had accurately resolved that, I could go in and I could measure that in the room with highly accurate surveying equipment, and I could do the same in one of the chairs there and one of the chairs up the top. And then when I took the process of right through the whole room, I'd have some key points to coordinate and control that, yes, it confirms that the results are correct. So if you don't have highly accurate information, you have to make it more accurate by putting control points. And it used to be that you'd put lots of control points by an earlier process. Satellites, however, have very, very accurate sensors on board, and you can actually build one of these models with no control points whatsoever. But you would normally put at least one near each corner and one near the middle, just for a sanity checking that things are good. And if you look at the image on the left, on my little identifier here, it looks like I've got lots of control points, but I don't. There's four there that are green, which were things that I could accurately find closest possible to the corners. The rest of them look like control points, but those are actually what we call tie points. That's where the software itself has analysed that image, and by looking at the actual image itself, it's able to detect that the shape of that corner in one image looks the same as the shape on the other image. Therefore, I can produce myself the control points. So the software will be using lots of control points. It's just a matter of how many do you choose to put in there yourself. Having done that, it then takes every pixel from those two images and puts them into 3D space and calls them in a point cloud. There is no difference between a point cloud and a set of colorized pixels in 3D space. That's what a point cloud is. It's points in 3D space captured by some method. Having done that, then you can make use of that for all sorts of other things. So another thing that was added into our suite was to automatically then do volume calculations. So if I've taken one of these images of a fairly flat surface, it can identify where there's things that are above the average and things that are below the average. A great little technique for looking at, for example, drift of volumes of sand, more often used in mining techniques where they're excavating mines. And you can then report from the point cloud and do volume calculations directly. And another thing associated with this is when you get your images, you typically have multiple types of images. You have your multi-spectral image, you might have the point cloud, you've got a pseudo colour map and maybe a thematic. And in the past, you had to deal with each one of those separately, and you could analyse them and you could pop out of that software and analyse the other one. Well, now we've added a chain process where in a single workflow, all of those things are chained together. And while you're busy doing your analysis, you can flip between the different images and get some very clear output. And on the right-hand side here, you can see that there's ramped colours and spectrograms coming from the multiple sources and making lots of information presentable for a workflow to be able to understand what's going on. And another thing inside these previews was that typically a lot of the calculations are done in monochrome, and so you would get some very interesting results that you could understand if you were expert enough. But now you can take certain classes of data in there and you can put them into ramped colours so that you see the thing that you're focused on leaping out in a full colour mode rather than just another shade of black and white inside a black and white image. And all of this comes together because of this thing called Spatial Modeler, and this is the building blocks. And in this latest release, we've not added several or dozens, we've added multiple hundreds of new functions into here to make a lot more things possible, and a lot of them are not something brand new, but it's in the way of streamlining something that might have taken you 12 steps to do and put it into a single function that you can use. And a lot of them are adding vector functions into the workflow as well, because in the past this came from photogrammetry remote sensing technologies, but there's vast numbers of vector-based algorithms that you need to use as well, so it's all bringing it together. And the spatial modeler just puts it into nice little modules. You drag them out of the library, you join the connectors, and you can build very complex workflows. There's another one that was added, like a little black box, which took a whole lot of other ones, and in a single click, somebody that doesn't know much about anything can do atmospheric correction in a single click rather than having to be a photogrammetrist to do it. And training is an important part of this, so I've got a little link displayed here to that very topic of doing the digital elevation models and there's a link directly there. There's thousands of these help topics on there. It's a little training thing. You can use it for training purposes, or you can use it just to look at to understand how the process was intended to work. And there's a lot of people say, well, yeah, that's all whiz-bang. Why would I even bother? Well, it is important if you're wanting to get information out of LiDAR or point cloud data that you understand how to do it. So there's lots of options in there as to why you do it. And UAV is another topic. So manufacturers produce UAVs. You've got customers that want to use the data, and we bridge the gap by building these little building blocks so that you can actually use the data. So you take the image, you process it, you get the digital elevation in your digital surface model, you output some ortho photos, and you send them onto the web, because everything is web enabled these days, and that is photogrammetry, and that requires that skill set. So you can go through and do that. And we've got two options. You've either got the desktop for the advanced people or the web cloud service. So if you use a sophisticated drone that has that data in it, which we provide as well, it's not just a photo out of the drone. You can take a set of files that contain all the information, drop it onto that cloud-based system, and it just drops the result back in, and you immediately see the results. So probably enough of that. There's a lot of details. So if anybody wanted to have some more details, come and see me later on. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Ken, is there any questions? Thank you. Our next speaker is Sachin Singh, and he's going to be talking to us about QGIS ecosystems.
Yes, good morning. If you can just give me a minute, please. Yes, good morning. Very glad to see so many of you back here this year. My name is Sachin, and I work for the Geoscience Division of the Pacific Community. Quick side note, as of October 2015, we are no longer known as the Secretariat of the Pacific Community, we're only known as the Pacific Community. So today my presentation will focus on something that all of us here are probably very well aware of, the QGIS software stack. But the question I want to pose today is, how well do we know about QGIS and its capabilities, and in particular its ecosystem? And as we go along, I also hope to address some of the misconceptions and myths surrounding QGIS. So we all know that QGIS is an open source, cross-platform desktop GIS system, but is it really a desktop GIS system? This is something that we'll address later on in the slides. QGIS was formerly known as Quantum GIS, and it was created by a single developer in 2002 as a simple standalone PostGIS database viewer. And since 2007, QGIS is funded by the OSGeo Foundation, which instead of ensuring ongoing funding, also ensures that any product out of QGIS is OGC compliant. I'll talk about OGC a bit more later. So what has happened since 2002? Not much till 2011, if you can look at the lines of code and the commits. If you ask me to recommend QGIS as your day-to-day GIS tool, before 2011, I would say no, especially on the Windows platform, because of a variety of stability and performance issues. But since 2011, there have been a lot of developers coming on board. So at the moment, we have about 268 core contributors working on QGIS. They are almost daily commits. So this screenshot is from last night, and you can see the most recent commit was 12 hours ago. And at the moment, there's about 750,000 lines of code. So It's evolving at a very rapid pace, and QGIS has grown leaps and bounds since 2011. One of the examples it has improved is like if you look at the startup time of the latest version, QGIS 2.12, the startup time is 6 seconds as opposed to 30 seconds in 2.8. If you look at the release model, there's a 3-month release cycle. In 2015 alone, we saw 3 major releases. 2.8 was released in Feb, 2.10 in June, and just this month, 2.12. And if we go and look at the features for just one of the releases, it will take the whole presentation. So you can just go to the visual change logs site, which gives a very appealing layout of all the new features and performance improvements. For long-term corporate users, there's also LTR release, and it's every 3rd release. So the current one is 2.8, and the next one will be 2.14 next Feb. And for developers and cutting-edge users, you can also download the weekly release on the website. So just because something is free doesn't mean it's cheap. I ran this Kokomo analysis. Kokomo is the constructive cost model analysis on software code base. It gives you the costing and the time it takes based on the code size and complexity. So as of the code last night, you can see there's like almost 750,000 lines of code. It will take 242 person-months to redevelop. If we wanted to redevelop QGIS from scratch right now, it will take about 4.5 years and takes about 56 developers. And the total cost will be $32 million. So how does it relate to the Pacific? According to a recent survey, online survey conducted by GIZ and MacBio on GIS-PACnet, which had about 50 respondees, 77% of GIS units, Pacific Islands and regional agencies use QGIS as a day-to-day GIS desktop tool. My division alone has trained 90 plus individuals, either in Pacific Island countries or during regional workshops. And we have a few other divisions like Stats and Fisheries, which also does actively QGIS capacity building in the region. And there are major regional players and donor agencies who are very much concerned and involved in the QGIS capacity building in the Pacific Island countries. CSIRO, which does a lot of good work in Kiribati and Solomons, MacBio IUCN, and also USB with the new Bachelor of Geospatial Science degree. And we'll talk more about capacity building later. Now, to understand the QGIS ecosystem, we have to understand the core engine. Most people confuse QGIS only as a desktop. Desktop is just one of the applications. There are many applications built on the core engine. And you can see that the QGIS core engine is built on existing tools such as OGR, GDAL, PROACH4. And these are open source libraries that have been in development for almost 3 decades. So PROACH4 was released in 1984, GDAL, OGR was released in 1998, and GRASS, which is used for the Canvas and Legend, was released in 1982. So it has a very solid foundation of software engineering efforts over 3 decades. So what is the engine used for? The engine is used for the desktop application that we all know about, but also the same code base is used for the web service provider, which is a web server, for extensible framework, for creating and using plugins, for creating standalone applications, big data processing framework, mobile and field GIS, and also standards reference implementation. So we'll go over them one by one. So we pretty much know about the capabilities of the desktop application. Because it's based on open source libraries like GDAL and OGR, it can support up to 84 vector formats, proprietary and open standards, 142 raster formats. Sorry. It also supports about 7 major spatial databases, open source ones like PostGIS, and also proprietary commercial ones like Oracle Spatial Extensions. And because it's a reference implementation for OGC, it supports all the major OGC web services, which makes it compatible with all other GIS desktop and web servers. So what does the web service provider do? On the left-hand side, you'll see a heat map of all the people needing evacuation given a flood of a certain extent and depth. It's a very complex QGIS project with about 3 gigabytes of tiles and vector layers and whatnot. Now, for me to replicate it on a WebGIS, traditionally, even in SD, I have to write some kind of coding and styling and whatnot. But with the QGIS web server, I can just throw this same data file onto the web server and I can get the same functionality on a web browser. Sorry. So if I want to share the same project with another desktop user, I have to transfer the 2 gigabytes file. But because it's dynamically rendered on the web browser, it's only a few kilobytes to load on the web browser. So not only can you download and use thousands of plugins for a variety of GIS stacks, you can also create your own plugins using a very simple language called Python and a very simple API. It's very expressive and easy to learn. For example, we have one of the plugins that pulls in open Pacific data from a variety of online and offline sources. We have found out to replicate the plugins that we developed for other platforms like Memfo, it takes less than a day to migrate it to QGIS. And sorry, Naomi Jackson will talk more about it in a presentation after lunch. And I also understand the USP's Bachelor of Geospatial Science. One of the streams, the geospatial developer also focuses on Python. Now, some of the commonly used plugins are MMQGIS, which is a replacement for some of the operations that OGR does. It's very high level. One of the advantages of using it is because it has ability to do batch processing. We have simple plugins like the Open Layers plugin, which enables us to use remote base layers such as Google Maps, OSM. Leaflet plugin if you want to email an interactive map or attach an interactive map in a Word document and send to CEO. We have a table manager, which almost makes the QGIS system like an Access database. You can create fields and tables and define relationships. We also have SCP, the semi-automatic classification plugin that we use. This is used for things like flood monitoring, land surface temperature, land use cover classification, and other remote sensing. And then we have the OpenGeo plugin, which you can use to connect to our PacGeo and in-country SDI implementations to pull in and push data. The data processing framework is divided into 2 components. The first one is the processing toolbox. Now, there's so many other open source libraries and tools out in the wild which have much better algorithms that can be implemented in QGIS natively at this given time. So what the processing toolbox does, enables you to use tool sets from GRASS. We primarily use it for GRASS tools to act on point cloud data and run it natively on the layers within QGIS. And also you can run it in a batch environment. The other side of the data processing framework is the graphical model. So processing toolbox only allows you to act on one set of input layers at the same time, but sometimes you want to chain the different inputs and outputs into a workflow. This is where the graphic modeler comes in. We use it for tasks like such as reprojecting mapping profiles and uploading to the website and also to load onto a PostGIS database. So it's quite flexible. Again, no coding is required and you can easily share your models with your different colleagues. Application framework. So again, GIS is primarily a decision support tool, but not many people are GIS, educated in GIS. So we don't want them to know about vector layers and raster layers and analysis operations to act on GIS datasets and make decisions. So QGIS enables you to really create standalone applications based on top of it. One of the applications that we have worked on this year is PacSafe. It enables you to do rapid disaster impact modeling assessment and also working on the soil line change detection, hopefully. So again, people who use this software do not need to know about GIS and GIS concepts. All they have to do is put in a few thresholds and click a button and get the report and the impact zones and whatnot on population and buildings and infrastructure. Again, I'll talk more about this on Thursday and one of my other presentations. Again, the same code base. For example, if you look at some of the other GIS mobile applications, they are actually re-implementations. They write from scratch. They have to re-implement from scratch, which means that it's not like on the same feature parity as the desktop applications. But because QGIS uses the same code base, you pretty much get the same functionality on your Android browser and also on your other platforms. And there's two main apps, the Q field for your remote GPS work and the complete stack on your Android phones. I'll skip this. So software is good, but we need to ensure that people know how to use the software to the fullest extent. And again, I said a lot of agencies are really involved and concerned about capacity building for QGIS. We have formed a partnership with these many organizations, with GIZ and MacBio, and we'll be creating something called the QBook, which is a Moodle-oriented online course, free of charge. And Jessica will talk more about this. Jessica from MacBio will talk more about this on Thursday. So why QGIS? Again, no vendor lock-in, not just for software, but also for data. Fully OGC compliant with no proprietary extensions. Some people claim to be OGC compliant, but they have little extensions that makes it incompatible with other systems. For example, the new optimized LAS systems and whatnot. Committee-driven roadmap, so you don't have to be dependent on a vendor. If you don't like a feature, or if you think that a feature could be improved, you can actually go and engage the core developers directly over the forum or by filing a help desk. Long-term commitment in capacity building by major regional and international agencies, including USP. And again, because it's open source, then you don't have to pay for licensing and training cost or upgrade path. The reason why SPC is so concerned about open source products like QGIS is because all our international partners and donors strongly recommend that we use open source technologies, not just for GIS, but for everything else, for to ensure sustainable development. Thank you.
As an open source program, there's probably a lot of people developing apps like PackSafe for different applications, also for terrestrial applications and other things, forestry and other things. And I assume either they're really hard to find, you have to hear about them, or is there a list on the QGIS website where you could actually scroll through the available apps and editions that are just coming up probably day by day?
So for the apps, for the plugins, you can go to the QGIS website, we'll list all the plugins. For apps like PackSafe, which is developed by SPC for Pacific Island countries, you can only find it through our own website. And again, I'll talk more about this on Thursday. So.
Our next speaker is Jonah Sullivan.
We've heard a lot about developments with GIS, and one of the things that we've heard a lot is the word Python. And Python is a programming language. You can use it to make programs, but in the GIS context, it's often used to make scripts. And a script is just a text file that has some commands in it, and it uses different processing libraries or modules. And I only know of a few modules. There's other geoprocessing methods out there, but today I'm going to concentrate on ArcGIS and QGIS. And if you have ArcGIS, then you have the ArcPy processing module, and you can use that for raster or vector or coordinate reference system processing. And if you have QGIS, then you're going to have a slightly different module or framework where you use GDAL for raster and OGR for vector and OSR for spatial reference processing. I'll just give us a simple example of how you can use Python for processing. So the example is, I have this raster, and it represents the mean surface temperature of the ocean. And I have this vector, which is the EEZ of Fiji. And I want to, it's a global data set, and it's huge, and I just want the part that's in Fiji. So I just want to clip the raster with a vector. So it's easy to do with ArcMap. You open the program and you double-click on the clip toolbox, and you get this form to fill in. You input your parameters, the input raster, the output extent, and the output data set. And then you hit OK, and there's your output. Here's the raster inside the EZ, no problem. I'm sure we're all familiar with this. You may be familiar with using Model Builder. And this is something you can use within ArcGIS, within ArcMap. It's similar in that you define your input. Here's the two inputs. One's a raster, one's a vector. Here's the tool you want to use, and you connect them to the tool, and then you define the output. So you run that model, and you get the very same output as if you'd run the tool through the other interface. But there's a way you can take it a bit further. In the model builder, you can export your model to a Python script. And if you open up the results of your GUI tool, you can also copy that out as a Python script. And the Python script, it's just some text where it's an easy way to read. It's just you import the ArcPy module. Again, you assign your parameters, your input and your output. And these are just the names of the files you're using, the shape file and the TIFF rasters you want to have. And then all you do is call this clip tool, and you put in the parameters you designate, and it runs. You get this exact same output. And you can do the same thing with QGIS. Here's the clipper tool within QGIS. You set your input parameters, your output parameters, how you want the clip to work, and you get the exact same thing again. But if you look closer at this clipper interface, it has down here a command that's generated by the program. And you can take this command and type it into a command prompt, and you just hit enter, and you can see it does some processing, and it creates the exact same output. But you can also take this command and put it into Python. And what the command, it seems a bit hard to read. It has all of these parameters, and it's not really straightforward exactly what each of them means. Like, what does -q mean? It's hard to tell, but it's easy to just do an internet search, and you can find what all these commands mean. There's extensive documentation. So putting that into a Python script is not very hard. It's pretty much the same as the ArcPy script. You import the module you want to use, you set your parameters, and then you set up your process to go ahead and do it. And the output, it's exactly the same as the other methods. But this Python, it seems a bit difficult, and it's definitely confusing when you get started. There's a lot of text, and it's a bit difficult. Like this stuff right here, you've got brackets and apostrophes, and it's a bit difficult to figure out why you would want to do this, why you want to do this difficult thing. But what Python is really good at is automation. So I had this script previously, and that worked with one shapefile and one raster and created one output. But all I've done was add this line right here, which says for each data set in a list of data sets, do the process. So now it's done the process with every EEZ in the region. And the execution time was only about 2 minutes. So if I was going to go ahead and clip this raster with every single of these EEZs, just using the GUI interface and the toolbox, it would take a lot more than 2 minutes. But just adding one line of code here, all of a sudden you've got it all done. And automating it using GDAL or using QGIS methods is pretty much the same. The only difference is it created a list of shape files and then processed each shape file. And the execution time for this one is only 20 seconds. It seems the OSGeo libraries are a bit quicker, but 20 seconds versus a half a day trying to do it all by clicking, that's a good savings. And as you can see, the output is exactly the same as the other tools. So you can take this a bit further. Once you have data in this Python ecosystem, there's all sorts of tools that you can use. And there's usually good documentation. If you want to do something, then you just can type into a search, internet search, Python, and then what you want to do. And in this case, I wanted to create box plots of the sea surface temperature for each of the EEZs. And it turned out that all of this code was, that's all it takes. And you come up with something that looks like this. So this is a representation of the sea surface temperature for every country. And you can see here's New Zealand. There's a lot more colder ocean area in New Zealand. Whereas if you go to Tokelau, it's a very small country and very warm. And all I've had to do for this is, for each data set in a list of the shape files, I got the raster and put it into a NumPy array and put it into a list. And then for each of these things in the list, it was pretty much trivial to create box plots. All I have to do is set up a few data structures to fill with data, and then tell it to show me the image. And it's pretty much like magic. This just shows up on the screen and you can save it. The point of the presentation is these are tools that you already have access to. It's a little bit difficult to learn how to use Python, and it's a lot easier to stick with the way that you already know. But if you have a lot of data sets, or if you want to do things, the same task over and over again, using Python to automate this process can save you a lot of time and money. And it may be difficult at first to get into understanding what all of this stuff is and how the different syntax is. What is the brackets and the dots? What does that mean? But it's an investment in, first of all, your own career, because it'll make you more valuable in the future. But it's also an investment for your agency. It's going to save a lot of time and money. So thanks for listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonah. Do you have any questions for Jonah? Yeah, I've just recently started to use Python as well, and it does speed up the work when you've got a lot of data sets. But it's taking me a long time to sort of get into it and get used to it. But I think it's well worth it. Thank you. Just like to thank all the speakers this morning, and it was a great session, I think. Thank you. So, Sachin, what's next? I just realised I don't know. Someone's coming over to tell us. Okay. Yep, so back here at 20 to 2 and head off to the restaurants across the road.
I was trying to remove this.
Look to you or look somewhere else? I want to smile. I'm not standing straight. Where?
Check.
It's in the USB. 1. Requirements of customization.
Okay.
I was smiling at them.
Presentation should I give to you here or to another?
You're presenting
Now.
after lunch.
Last. I will be the last one.
Oh, okay.
Today.
I'll just copy this, then I'll. Okay. You can give it to me.
No. I said that.
Oh yeah, I have. David. Hey, oh my God.
Ni mula kede. Ni betul. Philly, 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 Harvey.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we got quick time.
You do?
Yeah. But
He's got a quick time player.
not me.
Do you have a quick time player?
No, not me. The universities.
Thank you, university.
When are you presenting?
When do you want me to present?
Philly will give you a lap dance after.
Naka will.
We don't worry about that. We don't worry Philly.
CCVC. Do you have a song you want to sing, like to celebrate lunchtime and the opening of the JS conference?
No, but can you sing that song that you were singing before?
It would be my great pleasure. Thank you.
So then we have time for you to present, and I just want to dedicate this song.
Naka Philly for coming and joining us is here on stage. Philly, Naka Philly for coming and.
Thank you for singing the song. Can we have Philly?
Thank you.
Can we have Philly on the?
Can we have Philly on stage, please?
Naomi.
Mary, what if I want to use my own? Mary, can I use my own computer?
You can have PC out. Look at PC. Ini na video ya gitu. Itu gitu pasal. Iksa sampai.
Go. Should I use that one?
You know that, and now that's not connected.
Wait. I really think I should have just presented because it's more time. Leave it alone. Now you can now na ko. It's not even there. Feeling. Some channel champion. Here.
Não, quando mata makan, terus mata makan. Ini kamu sama mata makan kaki.
Jackson, mau letak.
Kuri. Wih, soalnya ada kau prestak. Niko zambarnya jalan.
Oi, Windows.
We're gonna slap you.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Are you asking that?
Hey, Gori. Gori. Hey.
Men, tapi ko na ka ba?
Kres na mo laptop.
Beneta.
Kuni dual screen tak. Question rang.
Erawa.
Eda na wala kombe question ira kono sta na rang. Picture PC to.
Sema.
See, this is a tablet.
Yo binakata na ka.
Sa sunda. Phil, serlat. Kami dil.
Philly. You can now come and present. Harvey, please look to the screen.
Where do you press? Wow, that's so good. How did you do? From where to where? I have to play with that during my presentation.
Here's the PC.
Okay, so you press PC.
That's the PC. You
Okay.
go to this machine.
And then
This is
can-
to your laptop. If you put your laptop here.
Oh, nice.
And this is the camera.
Okay, so if this is the PC here, but it doesn't work.
Press up here.
Oh, you press up.
Give it. Give it. Oh, only that. For this two, then you have to press somewhere. Back, bit down. Right.
That is so fun. You know I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that.
And you present.
Have you want to use this machine too? No? You'll use yours.
Turanga levu.
Turanga activity. That's it. Where are you putting it? Here?
Where can I put it?
From the bottom.
No, maybe this one would be easier.
You use this one.
Which one got...
I don't think this one has quick time.
Oh, but this one got quick time, eh?
Yeah.
Which one got quick time?
Quick. A quick time.
Philly, Maron is asking for you over there. Oh, she might actually come up.
Can you please go outside?
Hi.
Can you please get out?
Is the mic working? Can people hear me? We don't know from you. Okay. No, okay, I'm gonna try louder.
Hi. Okay, hello, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch, and we're ready to reconvene with the next, with the afternoon sessions. You've all witnessed some presentations this morning on software. This afternoon's first session will be on, will combine presentations on data. We have five presentations. The first one will welcome our first speaker for this afternoon, Ms. Naomi Jackson, from the GIS unit of SPC Geoscience Division, and she will be talking to us on the requirements and solutions for customization of quantum GIS, of QGIS.
Okay, good afternoon. My presentation this afternoon would be on requirements for a customized QGIS. Okay, I'll be speaking briefly on what we've done in the past and is a current practice also within the unit, and how we've assisted member countries, SPC member countries, on some of the projects. Why the transition from MapInfo or commercial software to QGIS, and the requirements that one would need to know or to have to be able to set up a customized GIS for your unit or for your department. In the past, the GIS unit within SPC has assisted a couple of countries in providing a customized GIS system using MapInfo, and also programming, and is using MapBasic to program and to set up a customized MapInfo project. And also in the past, and is also something we're also doing within the unit, is using a simple line or maybe coding to link databases with to your spatial layers, and also to, once a customized GIS is prepared, then you can send it over to the country or to whichever department uses it, using a hard drive with all the data that you need. So in the past, we've been using MapInfo a lot. And I'll show you more as we go into the projects that we've worked with already. One of the projects that the unit has assisted with is in the ministry, within the Ministry of Agriculture, with KIRIBATI. Okay. What we had set up for them, it may be not that clear, is a MapInfo customized menu that when you click on the country, you can have many more countries under that, but I've just created for Kiribati and Tuvalu. But once you click on a menu, you'll be able to get a drop-down menu of what is within the country. So what I did for Kiribati is divided the atolls into the groups, the three groups: Line Group, the Phoenix, and Gilbert Group. And this was basically for their vegetation cover maps that they had, that we've assisted in digitizing, and they needed to see it on a MapInfo platform. So on clicking the menu Kiribati, you have an option to which particular group that you want to zoom into and see. So on clicking on the whatever atoll you click on, you were able to see this is one of the layers that you see. If it's in green, that means it's been mapped. If it's in red, like a small dot on the bottom, it means that it hasn't been mapped. And so when you select the atoll, for instance, for this is Christmas Island, when you click on that and you're able to see the vegetation cover map of the particular atoll. So this is available for all the atolls that's there in Kiribati and also for Tuvalu. And it gives you a legend of what type of vegetation is represented by what color. And then behind all of the clicking here and there that you see are codes that I've written using Map Basic. Okay, so using Map Basic wrote quite a number of codes to be able to have the customized menus available. Now, we also assisted the Department of Lands and Survey in Tuvalu. For them was a bit different because they wanted for every atoll to be able to see the vegetation cover, the satellite images that they had available within the unit, the cadastral maps, aerial photos, and then the list goes on. So a customized menu was made using the Map Basic program, coding on the Map Basic program. For instance, if you clicked on the vegetation cover menu, you'd get a map like this appearing. And if you clicked on the satellite image, it'll show that what satellite images were available in the unit. And then you can also have the checkboxes on which satellite that you'd like to access and also see on the interface. Okay, that was done for all the 9 atolls of Tuvalu, and is something that is also work in progress. Now, what has been a requirement also was to see if this is possible using open source GIS, open source software. Now, this is when we started to look into how we could get these layers into QGIS and see the possibility of showing the same thing, the exact menus and everything on Quantum GIS. So why did we want to do this? Why did they ask for this? Because it was open source and something that most of the countries are looking into, is using open source GIS tools to be able to better show their data. And another reason that the transition was required because of the short migration time to re-implement plugins for QGIS. I remember going back into what MapInfo when I was doing the program, and to be able to just count how many files that I actually programmed, it was around 90 files, 90 to sort of 100 programs that I had to write to be able to customize that. But within QGIS, a short time, just by using one plugin, is able to customize the whole thing. And that is why I think I kind of liked using this, because of the short time we used. And also to provide the option to member countries or GIS users to be able to also work with open source and maybe not only commercial softwares. Okay, the picture on the left is the list of all the files that I had programmed using Map Basic to be able to have the customized MapInfo, which I'd shown you earlier. Now, using the, going on to the next slide, where I show you briefly on what were some of the requirements that one would need, or I used, to be able to customize in QGIS. is basically to have the QGIS software, okay, backward and forward compatible, meaning any of the versions till where we are now. You could always use that software, that version. The spatial layers that you need or you want the customized display to have. So for me was the vector shape, the vector layers and the raster layers. Shape files are more compatible, so used those layers, and also IMG TIFFs, and there's a whole lot more layers that you can upload onto your QGIS. Now, the plugin that I used, which was very helpful, is called the Layers Menu from Project plugin. Okay, this plugin allows you to build layers, menus based on your QGIS project. So whatever is in your QGIS project will appear on the menu of your QGIS platform. It will allow easy opening of layers, and it will maintain the style of the layer when that's in the project, that's in your project. So I'll show it more clear on the next slide. Now, the customized menu that I created is right here on the top. Might be not very clear, but it is vegetation, Kiribati vegetation maps. So just how I did it in MapInfo, divided it into three groups of atolls, and then able to see the land cover for that particular atoll. I've made an example like for the Christmas Island group that we've seen in MapInfo. You can also clearly see it on QGIS. Okay, so by clicking on the Kiribati menu gives you another option. Then you can create submenus until you arrive to the layer that you'd like to display. Now, okay, one slide is missing, but this is basically what, just on a live mode, when I created the menu for Kiribati, to be able to click on a group, any of the groups, and then to be able to just display whatever it is. If you can build on this and make it bigger, but for an example I've just done for the vegetation cover of Christmas Island. Okay, making it easier for users to just be able to go from menu to be able to see their layers. And that was all done in a very short span of time, just by using the plugin Layers Menu from Project. Okay, in conclusion, I could say that the customization is possible. It's something I'm currently working on to build it and make it a bit bigger in the way that it can help the countries out to be able to see, display, and view the data. Data transfer, what we've done in the past was take hard drives from here, from our SPC office into the countries, but now it's much more easier emailing it across or having it emailed to your partners or to the government departments. In conclusion, we also provide the customized QGIS on requests from whether it's government departments or countries, and we provide trainings and training materials too on this. I believe at the end of this conference we have a workshop also just to briefly show you how you can customize your QGIS menus. Thank you.
We still have time for one question? One burning question from the audience. Nope. Okay, thank you. There's a slight change in the program. The next presenter, instead of Sailesh Shankar from Digital Globe, none other than Peter Kenner, Regional Representative and Managing Partner for Digital Globe. Let's welcome him on stage.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Thank you. Shailesh unfortunately had a family issue he couldn't come over with, so I've made up for it. I went down to the restaurant and ate vegetarian on his behalf. It's fantastic. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, you have to put up with me twice now. So I'm not sure how to, you just have to excuse me for a minute. I've lost my mouse. Okay, so is that coming out okay? No, not so much. It looks better on the screen down here if you want to have a look at it. But we'll go through anyway. So that's the volcano at Mount Riang in Indonesia. That's stopped a lot of people from going to Bali for their holidays. But we'll move on. Okay, so last year in August we launched Worldview 3, and it brought to the imagery community a lot of extra functionality, and we were talking about what we could do, might do, should do. But we didn't really understand a lot about what it was going to bring to the market at that stage. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to give you a little bit of insight, or sort of bring you up to speed of how this can be leveraged. So first of all, its resolution is 30 centimetres. So in a lot of the Pacific countries, this is a fantastic sensor to go and get the imagery. But it also does some fantastic things. It's very agile. So in this photo here of Mount Fuji, you're going to see that it's actually taken underneath the clouds, and you can see the water in the background and the mountains behind it. It's actually at above 60 degrees off nadir, and it's looking across the atmosphere. And as I said, the resolution's a little bit better on my screen than here than it is yours, but just there you can actually see a white dot on my screen, and that's a plane. That's obviously Dubai. Okay, so it's giving us resolution, it's giving us agility, but what are the things that it's actually going to bring to us? What's the things that it's going to make our lives a little bit more interesting in the remote sensing space? So first of all, we use our eyes to see things, and I want to make this analogy of how we can explain how we can leverage this satellite. So we look at a dog can only see green and blue, and I always thought it only saw black and white, but anyway, it sees green and blue, allegedly, not having spoken to a dog recently and asked them. But we have the dog, and really that limits the dog to actually seeing green and blue. There's not much you can do. It's either green or it's blue, it's not much else. But when we go down to the next one, which is us humans, we can see red as well, and because we can see red, we can see all these derivatives of those three colours, and it expands what we can see and interpret from imagery. We interpret the world around us. So imagine what you can do if you're a butterfly. You can see 5 different types they have 5 different light sensors in their eyes. And they can see so much more of the world than we can. It's perceived they see into the ultraviolet, they see things and markings on plants that we only dream of seeing. But it gives them a way of interpreting. I know birds, for example, can see the ultraviolet feathers on the different genders in their species, and that tells them when that particular bird is actually mature. So there's things that we can interpret from our natural environment. But I guess the thing about when you look at what you can see, you have to look at the Mantis shrimp. It has 16 different wavelengths of light that it can perceive. So you can imagine when a Mantis shrimp, should a Mantis shrimp actually come to the surface and look at a rainbow or something, the different combinations in light that it's going to see would blow our minds, because there's 16 different receptors. It's looking into the hyperspectral. Amazing. So what it can see, we can only imagine. But having said all that, There it is there, by the way, for people who haven't seen a mantis shrimp. I'm sure there'd be some of the mantis shrimp in the Pacific. I'm sure there is. They're kind of like an ocean tropic shrimp. So Worldview 3 has 16 different sensors from the medium wave to the short wave. So when we typically look at imagery from the sensors that we're using from UAVs to aerial, most of the time we get RGB. And if we're lucky, some of those cameras have an infrared, but most of the time they're red, green and blue. So we're seeing a picture. We're just seeing what we see when we look. We get infrared, that gives us a little bit more. When we go to the 8-band satellites such as Worldview 2 and Worldview 3, we're getting a lot more information, and when we talk to the SPC about how they're leveraging that information, food security pops up because breadfruit is very clearly defined in the red edge. So very useful to try and find information about the world around us that we couldn't normally do. Where we're going now is that we now have these additional SWIR bands, and how can we leverage those? So just to give you an understanding, we have the Landsat, which is 30 metres, stretching into man-made materials and rocks. We have ASTA, once again, 15 to 30 metres, and now we have Worldview 2 and Worldview 3, with Worldview 3 a 3.2 metre sensor. So these are fantastically high resolution sensors compared to what we've got. So why is this important? It's important because we can actually see things differently and differentiate between them. For example, if we look at these materials here, limestone, mica, paint, when we show them under normal light and you're up in space, you won't see much difference between at least 3 or 4 of those. But when we look under them with shortwave infrared, we can see clear differences between them. So we can use a combination of the visual and non-visual light to differentiate between different materials. So how do we put this into a practical sense? How do we take this into the real world? Well, here's an example here where we're trying to find what are the roof materials in an area. Using shortwave infrared, we're automatically generating what the roof materials are in this region. That gives us a lot of information that we can then go and make business decisions on security, cyclone preparedness, a whole bunch of things. The yield for solar panels, for example. Just another couple of examples of how this looks. Obviously in agriculture, when we're looking at normal visual spectrum, we're not going to get many differences between certain plants. Junipers, pines, obviously dry grass we can pick out. But when we go into the shortwave infrared, we can start pulling out and differentiating these particular plants. When we go into the mining operations, which I hope that there's a couple of countries here that do mining. This is an example done from our R&D area, and I'm going to question whether they've actually ground truthed it. But what they're doing here is they're looking at a gold mine and looking at the spoil heaps, the heaps of dirt that the miner's operations has pushed aside. Using the shortwave infrared, they've worked out that there's about $120,000 worth of gold in the waste piles. They won't tell me where that is, by the way. I wouldn't mind a couple of waste piles. So, just to take it a bit further, shortwave infrared starts building into, obviously, the infrared spectrum medium, and you can start seeing some of the heat signatures. It's not a thermal band, but it is going to give you some analysis in the heat signatures. And here we can see a gas works where there's plumes coming out. This is from the 4th and 5th of January this year. Now, I was on holidays at the time, but I was taking calls because this was the Samson Flat fires in Adelaide that went through so fast and almost entered the city of Adelaide down in South Australia. With shortwave infrared, we were actually to see the difference between the image on the left and the image on the right. Very clearly, we're not going to get a lot of information out of the image on the left. On the image on the right, we can see where the back burning is happening. We can see where the fire has jumped the control line. And we can see areas which aren't even showing as on fire over here where the smoke is. Now these both images were taken at the same time. They're simultaneous. Now unfortunately, this looks absolutely beautiful here, but dreadful there. What I'm trying to show you there is that the image on the left, which was the volcano, comes up very dull and grey because of the ash. On the right, and I'll have to print it out or give it to Wolf or somebody, but on the right we can actually see where the activity is. It's not lava, it's actually the superheated rocks. And what's showing on the right is that there's actually a fissure towards the top right-hand corner that's not shown on the left. We can also see the plume is actually still hot, well into the atmosphere. There's a lot of information we can get from that. So, is that my 15 minutes? 5 minutes to go. Sorry about that. So I'll take 5 minutes. I didn't realise I was going to do it too quickly. But 5 minutes to go. So one of the other things that we're doing very successfully, and I introduced it last year, if you remember the MH370, was that we've been doing a lot of work with the cloud and the crowd and getting people on board to go and identify things that are not necessarily going to be done easily or as quickly by analysis. So imagine if you were doing a big Where's Wally poster that the kids have, only it was the size of this room, it'd take you ages to find stuff. But if we actually got everybody in the room to sit around and look at the poster, somebody would probably be so close to Wally that they'd go, there he is. That's what this is about. Instead of one person trying to find something, we employ many people. And after the MH370 went down, we actually have over 1 million people on our... Have you held that up for me now? Not yet. So I'm going to very quickly go through an example, a real-life example that happened this year in January, and that is the Adelaide fires. So this is the outcome of the fire. It was 192 square kilometres, and we initiated a first look campaign like we did at Vanuatu for Cyclone Pam, and we covered the area. We're in a couple of swaths. We then delivered the imagery back to the emergency services in South Australia, and within a day we actually identified all the damaged buildings using the Tom Nod crowd. So that means that it went around the world and everybody around the world got to go and put a pin on top of where the building was damaged. Now why is this important? Because within 24 hours, now this is the assessment what I'm showing you here is the assessment that was done by the South Australian Government. Within 24 hours we'd identified and delivered back to them 97% accurate information of where the damage was. We didn't identify anything more than that it was a burnt house. So we weren't going up there and saying it was a 4-bedroom house or anything like that. South Australian Police took 3 days to identify 83% correctness. And the fire service, which is the rapid damage assessment team, identified it with 64% effective. The crowd actually provided the point of truth for the data for this event. That's how good this system is in identifying very quickly. Could you imagine everybody's identifying the damage? Most of them are going to get it right. Now, the other thing that they noticed was the yellow points where we were, we'll see it's directly on top of the damage because people are dropping pins, 3 minutes, people are dropping pins directly on the damage. That's the South Australian Police, and that's the Rapid Damage Assessment Team. And that's because people on the ground in these teams have to drive to it, and there could be a log across the road. There could be, may not be able to get up to that building. So they're tagging with their GPSs other locations. The problem with the police was that they were given GPSs. Because they were given GPSs and had to write out what the coordinates were, they rounded it up a couple of decimal points, which we know when we're doing coordinates, you can't do that. So that's why we're having the differences. What the South Australian government did is they took the Tom Nod data and the imagery and they were able to, within 24 hours, create 125 services for their emergency responders, for the people in the blue nursing to get to the injured, to the people that may need extra care. It was all based on open standards, all based on OGC web services, and they were able to do a fantastic job. So, is that my 5 minutes? Also made the news. So, I'd just like to wrap it up there to give you an insight into what's happened over the last 12 months. Any questions? You told them there's an exam later, didn't you? Sorry? Still got 5 minutes for questions. Nobody leave the room. Okay, so I guess the main thing is that when we start talking about the crowd-sourced information, there's another project that we did in Australia where we had to find the solar panels on the roof. And you'd think that with all the multispectral equipment that we have, we'd be able to accurately find the solar panels. Well, we actually had trouble finding it more than about 70% accurate, because some people would only have one solar panel and the sensor wouldn't pick it up. We used the crowd to go and identify the solar panels on the roofs, just visually, and they picked up within 98% correctness. So what I guess I'm saying to you is that there's certain projects probably in the Pacific, such as the tulip, the African tulip tree in Fiji. There's probably a whole bunch of types of bits of information that you don't know how to collect other than to go out with foot soldiers and probably collect them. Using the crowdsourcing solutions that we've been developing over the last 5 or so years, we have a very, very proven technology in using many eyes to be able to find out where these things are. And perhaps that should be one more asset in your solution bundle to go and have a look at some of these. And you don't have to use our data. If you have UAV data or if you have aerial data, whatever you have, it doesn't worry. Okay then, yes? Okay, so it's not an easy answer to that, because there's 2 paths to go to get the imagery urgently within the system. And the first path is to go and call in the UN Charter. And I think everybody here would be familiar with the UN Charter, because we're a signatory to it. Digital Globe then supplies imagery. Well, I'm going to suggest there's a better way, and that is you give me a text. You give me a text, and at the moment we get the AOIs that you need collected, and I get that straight to the team in the collection planning room, and that goes onto the deck with the highest priority. Rather than going back through the UN, US government and down, I've been able to get that imagery that I've done that way, collected the next day, and delivered within an hour or 2 of the orbit. So that's how quick it can happen. Ultimately, it would be beneficial for the Pacific and Digital Globe to have a much more robust solution, because if I give you the example from the Adelaide fires, when I deliver the full presentation, not the cut down version, I actually show my stand-up paddleboard and the beach I was camping on, and because it relies on me being in the loop, I don't want to be in the loop. If we have an emergency, we should have an email, an AOI, and all of that sort of stuff set up. So for Cyclone Pam, for example, we did a lot of the AOIs using Blue Sham to collect the AOIs from Vanuatu. I got them onto the deck, we collected for Vanuatu. So that was done very quickly, wasn't it, Remy? Exactly. So at this point in time, the quickest way is to text me and email me with the shape files of the AOIs. Any other questions? Yes? Okay, that's 2 great questions. Who's the crowd? The crowd is international, it's everybody. If you guys want to be part of the crowd, it can be everybody in the room. We don't have to be specific. But for the projects that we use for emergency response, we send information out on for our Twitter, Facebook, and other social media, we also have an email address list of people that have registered for events before, and they are the crowd. So for example, the event down in Adelaide, it was a small area, and we were able to collect all of that information using only about 5,000 or 6,000 people. Hardly anybody from South Australia contributed to that. If I get time later, I can show you what we did for Cyclone Marcia, which was in southeast Queensland. It was a much bigger area. We used 24,000 people. Most of them were outside of Australia. So the next question is, why do they do it? Because people want to help. They really do want to help. If you go and ask them to go and draw the line markings in the main street of Sydney, they probably won't be inspired. But if there's an earthquake in Haiti, they will be. It's what people are going to turn on. So that's a bigger question, but it certainly is one that we've been able to prove that it works. Is that it?
Thank you.
Be back soon.
Thank you, Peter. The next presenter, I know shouldn't need any introduction. He's a familiar face to the Pacific GIS and remote sensing community, but for the benefit of those here in Fiji for the first time, Dr. Verstraete, originally from Germany, has lived and worked in Fiji for the past 2 decades. Many of us have had the privilege of working with him in the past and learning from him before moving on from the former SOPAC. So welcome on stage Dr. Verstraete, and he will be speaking on Sentinel-1 and 2 as part of Copernicus.
Thank you for such a nice introduction. Okay, I want to talk about Sentinel and Copernicus because this is not much known as far as I know here in the Pacific. Originally, Frank Martin Seifert from ESA, European Space Agency, wanted to come to the conference. Then he wanted to send somebody who is working in the region. Then finally he wanted to send his PowerPoint presentation, which he did, but it arrived just after the lunch break. And I have now my own one. On the website, I will put the original one. Too complicated for me to present. So I have a much more simplified form. Where I have to, no. Normally, so the other keyboard, yeah, I didn't know. Okay. I thought here a keyboard problem. Okay, Sentinel is simply a satellite. Another satellite, Sentinel-1. Okay, it's a radar satellite, and it is flying. It is in space, was launched last year. Yeah, so what? A satellite like ERS-1, ERS-2, NVSat and RadarSat, we didn't have much application here in the Pacific. Okay, but there are certain advantages. It captures day and night, and it captures through clouds. And there maybe is an application. We will discuss this during the discussion session, forest degradation and mapping forest degradation on Thursday. Interesting for us is the strip map mode, where the satellite captures not like ERS-1 30 and 40 meter, 5 by 5 meter pixel, and it comes into an interesting range. The radar satellites which we applied here were Terrasar X with 1 meter or 3 meter resolution. But for flood mapping, 5 meter is quite something. Okay, flood mapping, yes. Land and forest mapping, I made a question mark because for these things, also the other application which I listed underneath, we have to build up capacity here. We don't, in the Pacific, we don't have a radar analysis software, we don't have the computer power, we don't have the knowledge, but let's discuss on Thursday if we start to establish this here. This is like first images looking like. This color is made into it. A radar satellite cannot see color. He sees a lot of things, the roughness of the surface, the dielectric constant of the material, but color is something we put into it during the image preprocessing. And this radar image preprocessing is missing so far in the Pacific. Okay, what's new then? We have a high repetition rate, which is very interesting. Currently 12 days, but next year they bring a sister satellite in space, satellite B, Sentinel B, and then we have 3 days repetition, and very interesting, in opposite to TerraSat X, the data is free. And we subscribed, we will at GSD, former SOPEC, download the data which are interesting for the Pacific. And from there it will be distributed, whoever wants to have data. There's another satellite system, Sentinel-2, and this is a satellite which launched this year, a couple of months ago, and this satellite has an optical sensor. No competition to digital globe. The resolution is 10 meter, not usable for mapping atoll countries, but usable for a number of applications where we use Landsat now, and Landsat has 30 meter resolution. We are dropping down to 10 meter resolution. And we have the even better repetition rate than Sentinel-1. Data, again, is free. The sensor, called multispectral instrument, 4 visible and near-infrared bands in centimeter, then red edge and swirl bands, everything what Worldview 3 has to offer, is there in 20 meter resolution. We will not map house areas and stuff like this, but for overall application for mapping at 1 to 50,000, this will become interesting. The technique is made possible through sensors which are arranged parallel to each other. There is a strip of 290 kilometer. Landsat only has a strip of 180. These are the first images. Here it's the Donau in Europe this summer, where it was very hot and very dry and the ships are stuck. This is a radar image, not taken at the same day, in the 2 weeks different, but it is quite surprising how much detail you see and that you can identify the ships lying there in the Donau. Okay, again, what's new? We have radar satellites. Both satellites are part of the Copernicus program, and this is an environmental monitoring program. One part only is a satellite program. There is a big program in situ measurements and stuff like this, where they have control station on the Earth. Doesn't interest us. For us here in the Pacific, is a satellite program which is interesting. I don't want to go into detail Sentinel-3, 5, and 6. These are satellites which are for ocean monitoring and for atmospheric monitoring. For us, it's interesting, Sentinel-1 and 2. And part of the Copernicus program is the European Data Relay System. And this will be interesting for us in the Pacific. You know that the Pacific, except one little part of PNG, is outside the footprint of any ground receiving station. So we have to rely on onboard tape facility or storage facility, or we have to rely on relay satellites. The first images which we collected from Pacific 25 years ago were captured by Landsat using the TDRS relay satellite and downloaded in Goddard Space Flight Center in the United States. Then we had to wait until Landsat 7 had a tape and could record data. The same happens with the satellite from Digital Globe. We have to see, and luckily Peter Kinner is there and ensures that we have enough onboard space to capture the Pacific, but without data stored in the satellite and then downloaded when the satellite comes over Kiruna, we here in the Pacific cannot receive data. By the way, we tried to get a mobile ground station here, but this didn't work because Pacific Island countries couldn't come together in the Forum Secretariat and have a joint agreement. So, okay, this is a sidetrack. What happens here now, this satellite sent the information first time via laser to a relay satellite. So, the satellite which records doesn't send directly back to Earth, sends to a relay satellite which is 45 kilometers outside, 45,000 kilometers, while the normal Earth observation satellites at 50,000 scale mapping, they are 700-800 kilometers above the Earth. So very low. While these satellites far outside, two geostationary satellites can view the complete Earth. So wherever the satellite is, he can send the data to one of the two geostationary satellites, and they can send directly down to the ground receiving station. So we don't have to wait until the satellite comes over Kiruna and loads down whatever is on the tape recorder. Okay, I explained this already. So what is the advantage? Number one, a laser data transmitting system allows large amount of data. So the satellite can nearly permanently screen and download the data. Secondly, the data is available after a few hours. For flood mapping, this becomes a very interesting tool when we can penetrate the clouds, see the flood, and get the data within a couple of hours. Okay, I think there will be some questions. No question, and I must have presented very clearly. Okay, there is a much more complicated presentation available, which will be on the presentations you later can download from the conference website, and you will be able to download the original one. Yeah.
Well, I have a question and one information. Is SPC SOPAC is willing to become the center to deliver Sentinel data within the Pacific?
Everybody can subscribe, but for somebody in a low-lying island with low internet access, the thing will be difficult. So we subscribed, we will download and then transmit data to somebody who wants to have in a Pacific Island country. But everybody is free and can download the data he wants.
And just one information, You said there is no capacity within the Pacific to use radar data. In Bluesham, we have some of this capacity, softwares and knowledge, so we will be more than happy to provide some information about radar processing.
Yeah, we did also radar processing. We did flood mapping with the level slicing and so on, fine. But we don't have a permanent unit, and we are looking since 1 year for a student who does it as a postgraduate thing to do a certain investigation in radar, and we simply didn't find anybody who said, I'm interested to move into this field.
Wolf, you talked about the sensor resolutions. Is that applicable to only terrestrial stuff, or is that also in regards to nearshore and offshore stuff, so bathymetric kind of data? Does the resolution still stand at depths below the surface of the water?
There are a lot of things. You can penetrate the water with a blue channel up to, depends on the sediments in the water, up to 20 meter. If you're very, very lucky, 30 meter. But this is possible with a resolution of 10 meters. So it's more or less a better Landsat satellite. There's other ocean application, which I didn't go in detail. The satellite can measure the wave height. Okay, but any more questions? Okay, then many thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. We welcome back on stage Mr. Peter Kino from Digital Globe for his second presentation for this session.
Thank you again. Okay. Now you'll have to forgive me, Shailesh sent over a very technical presentation, and so I dumbed it down so that I could give it. So unfortunately Shailesh couldn't be here today, so we're going to just go through a project that we're doing in Australia with a couple of partners to give you an understanding of how far you can take the information that you're developing out of the imagery that we're supplying you. And some of this is based on the imagery based on WellView 2's 8 band, and of course some of it is supplemented with WellView 3. But Shailesh had the better imagery in his slides. I was going to steal them from mine, but I thought I'd better leave them in his. But these are obviously some images from Fiji. And my favourite, there's the airport. They look better on the screen here. Again, just thought I'd mention that. But we're actually getting a lot of yield from Fiji for 30 centimetre imagery now. But this one's about the best. I think if anybody out there was a boatie, they'd be able to tell me the brands of those boats. It's getting very impressive, isn't it? And looks better here. Just thought I'd say that. Okay, so we had a lot of requirements for when we were discussing what we can do with satellite imagery, because obviously we can supply a lot of imagery, we can put it as a stitched up web service, we can do all these fancy things. But when we start looking at what people are doing with it and what they really want, sometimes they don't want the picture. They buy the picture from us because they want something else. They want to know where something is or what characteristics that thing has so that they can then use it. It became even more apparent to us is that sometimes people, once they have that imagery and that information, they actually don't want the imagery anymore. They just want the information. So the case and example is to try and build an environment for customers that actually don't need our imagery, but they need the information from it. And I'll get more specific. We're looking at whoops, going the wrong way. Things like the insurance industry and the telecommunication industry, they want to be able to get to a place where somebody has their smartphone, stands in front of the property they're about to purchase or have just purchased, and goes, give me a quote for this property. The GPS in the phone will tell them where they are so they know what property they're in front of. But how do I insure the house if I don't know what it's made of, how big it is, what's the roof area, is it close to vegetation that could catch on fire, is it in a flood zone? They want to know all these things about that property before they insure it. So, how do we do this? We go and ask the insurance companies what they want. And the insurance companies are very good at knowing what they want. They came back with 67 different attributes of what they wanted. And when we started refining and defining and going into each one of these attributes, we found out they more or less fitted into these fields. Is there a swimming pool? Are there solar panels on the roof? What's the roof made of? Is there vegetation on the property and where is it? And some of these questions were developed basically because that's what they think they wanted to know. What they really wanted to know is there vegetation close to the house? They don't really need to know where in the yard it is. And of course, rooftop. So we went back to them, just using remote sensing, and we tried to automatically develop some of these things. And you can see from the top right-hand corner that we were able to draw a polygon around the roof. Who thinks that that's a good polygon? Not really good, is it? Doesn't follow the roof very well. Well, an insurance company doesn't really want the polygon. They want to know what the roof area is because that's the size of the house. And when they get the roof area, they're not going to store it in square metres, they're actually going to store it into 5 categories. Really small, small, medium, a bit large and really large. So when you have to find out what the roof area is, you don't need it perfect. Because if you do it perfect, it's going to cost too much. The first time I went and tried to price this out, it came to $72 million US. No one was going to buy it. Unless you guys want it for $72 million, I'm quite happy to sell. But the reality is that no one was going to buy it. But when we went and started to smooth this out, we were able to bring the price point down because we understood what they were going to do with the data. So we came back with a centroid on each one of the houses. You can see we've identified the vegetation, where the vegetation is in proximity to the house. We've identified where the swimming pools are, and we could develop this textural printout. And then we get to Worldview 3. Worldview 3 is going to give us, as we said before, the roof materials. And now we've faced another problem. The next problem is, once you do it in a suburb, you can do it on your desktop computer. Once you move to trying to do a national data set for 13 million houses, with so many sheds and so many commercial buildings, you can't do it on your computer anymore. It has to scale. And that's one of the reasons why they went back to Digital Globe rather than aerial companies or anybody else, because we were the only ones that could scale. And now we went and put it all in the cloud, and we started to delivering it from cloud-based solutions. We also had to have partners. It's one thing to tell everybody where the roof is, but you want to tell where the house is, you want to make sure you've got the right one that is the dwelling. So we went to the agencies that had the cadastral fabric, the parcel boundaries, and we used that as an input. And here's one of Fiji that Shailesh prepared. Basically polygonizing the roofs. We've got the algorithms to do this now. And it's semi-supervised process. We still have to have some human input. We're not interested in anything less than 3 metres squared, because that's a garden shed. And we have a detection rate that has to be better than 95%. And this is Robina on the Gold Coast, one of the first examples that we did. Building outlines, automatically generated. Swimming pools, because we know how to do that through remote sensing. Vegetation is easy. That's just the wooded trees. We're not interested in the grass. And by the end of it, the algorithms for rooftop identification were getting very good. So this is all automatically generated. That's much better than the other one, isn't it? So now we had to scale. We went to a new area, and this is Chatswood down in Sydney. Automatically generated the rooftops. And remember, the insurance companies don't want this. They want the text. They want to put that into their database. They're not interested in the GIS part. That's what they want. And we automatically generated this now, and we're able to deliver that back to insurance companies and telecommunications companies. And you'll see in there it has whether it's got solar panels, roof material, there's quality. Each one has a percentage probability because some of this is not 100% accurate, so we say we're 60% sure. Okay? And the heights. Now, it seems strange because we can develop a 3D model of any of these areas just using photogrammatic techniques. We can go and take 2 stereo views and create a 3D model. But it's a dumb model. You can't go into each one of the buildings and say, what's the roof material, because it's just a surface model. Does that make sense? So it might seem strange, but we've gone and worked out all of this stuff, and then we've recreated the model. And so what we're doing is we're going through now, and we're identifying the height information, the houses, where the tree is touching or overlapping the building, and we're recreating the buildings within that environment. And this is the result. Now it's a bit dark on this screen, but we'll get to a point where we can see how the vegetation and the buildings are interacting. We can see what the roof materials are made of. We obviously can attribute it with a colour because we know what the colour is. We've got the RGB sensors. And we're recreating this in a model now that we can go and get information on each one of these buildings and pull it out to explain to us what the insurance risk. For a telecommunications company, they want to know where they can put their towers so that they can go and supply 4G, whatever G they're up to, mobile phone services. And each one of these 3D models has the information on each one of the vertices of what the height is, because the height assists the insurance company in understanding the flood damage potential. Okay, if it's a 2-storey building, then we know we've got to insure it for a higher amount because now it has a large roof area, it's 2-storey, it's obviously a big house. Or it's a single-storey, small roof area, not as high a premium. So, outside a few, this is going to be shown for the first time in Australia in a public forum on Wednesday, so you saw it before anybody in Australia. Now, we're going to see some other stuff come up soon, which is the shadow analysis, but what this is about, because a lot of councils are looking for view sheds. They want to know if you are going to build a building, whether you're going to cut out everybody else's view of the ocean or cut out every other person's view of the bush or the parklands. It's very important in build-up areas to understand what the view shed is. The other thing that's coming up is that you can look at shadow analysis, and that's towards the end of the video. But shadow analysis lets us understand the solar impact. So a lot of people are putting solar panels on their roof, or they're going to have clotheslines to dry their clothes or whatever. They have to have they don't want to have a big building behind them that actually shades their house. So we have solar impact as well, assessments being done through this. So very, very different sort of way of looking at how we've used remote sensing before, and very different products that we've produced out of it. And this is, at the moment, being scaled up for one of the capital cities in Australia. And then, this is the shadow analysis, but it'll be scaled up. Well, it was the shadow analysis. Hello? No, don't do that. Anyway, you get the idea. Is that it? More time? I'll play the video a few more times. So it might not be something that Fiji sees as an immediate example, but think about it in terms of there's elements of this for disaster preparedness. If you knew what the roof material was, or if you knew where all the population was in respect to the path of a cyclone, each one of these buildings has a particular risk associated with it. So if it's a corrugated iron building and you know that the building was built 100 years ago, then you'd assert a certain risk to it. If it was a tiled building and you know it was even 30 years old, it'd probably have a higher risk because tiled buildings don't do well in cyclones. So this is actually going to be leveraged by emergency services. It's going to be leveraged by telecommunications, insurance. In Australia, believe it or not, the governments actually don't know where their houses are. So when they send an emergency services ambulance or fire truck out to a property on fire in a rural area or peri-rural area, peri-urban, where they're large properties, they have to work out which building it is they've got to go to. Sorry. We're developing it in partnership with, as you can see, PSMA, which is the Public Sector Mapping Authority in Australia. Sure. So all the science is there. It's very mature now. We'll be doing, it goes well and truly beyond the major capital cities. This has to scale. Okay? So, any other questions? Just stunned, I can see. If you've got any questions about this or about anything else, come and see me. There's a lot of work that's being done all around the world, and I didn't want to get too much into the weeds as far as it were, but there's a lot of work being done with elevation models from cross-track, which is non-in-track stereo, and it's very mature, this industry. They're finally starting to put some real R&D in it and getting good information out, not just a picture. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks again, Mr. Kenny. Our final presenter for this session is Mr. Hervé Demlamian. Hervé is the Senior Specialist for Oceanography for the Geoscience Division of SPC here in Fiji. And he'll be presenting on fixed wing and copter UAV for rapid disaster mapping in Vanuatu.
Hello, thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you for being here, and wait a minute. Wait, I do my job, Okay. Oh, that's us. Okay, so we're going to talk about one survey we did after the cyclone Pam that hit Vanuatu this year, earlier this year. And all this work I'm going to present you was a strong partnership between the Ministry of Land of Vanuatu and our team at the GSD of SPC, Geoscience Division. Quickly, some words about the cyclone. So Cyclone Pam, here you see on this plot, you see the track of the cyclone, and the big red, or the red dots, shows you the intensity of the cyclone. So while he passed close to Vanuatu, it was really intense and obviously created a lot of damage. So from this data, we can use some empirical formula to estimate the height of the wave, how big was the wave, what was the wave field during this cyclone. And this allowed us to have a pretty good understanding of shorelines that would be very much affected or by the cyclone. Sorry, I go back to that. So with this plot, we knew where to expect big wave impact from this cyclone, on which shoreline and which island we would see a strong impact of those waves. So here, for example, we have a wave that's as big as 12 meters. That's described by our empirical formula. So we did two surveys during our post-disaster assessment. So the first survey was really done in collaboration with the World Bank, where we did what we call a rapid damage assessment. So the objective of the survey was to fly as much as we can with our UAV to collect high-resolution imagery of settlement and villages. So those images would be uploaded on the cloud, and people would be able to, on the other hand, people would be able to assess damage on building. And then we had a second survey that was more relevant to maybe our team and what we do in terms of oceanography in our team, which is about estimating the wave-driven erosion due to the cyclone. Okay. And we were lucky enough to have two UAV systems to work with. So a copter and a fixed-wing UAV. So here I just listed a few of the positive things about each of the systems. Having a copter is very handy because you can go quickly on the ground and deploy it quite easily. You just need to check that the wind is not too strong, and you can deploy it quite fast. While for the fixed wing, you need to find an area that's big enough for your landing, for your takeoff. You need to check the wind direction, the topographic features around the area to make sure you're not going to crash. Other positive things about the copter is, so it needs very minimal clearance for takeoff and landing, so you can almost take off and land almost anywhere. Also, this is really specifically for post-disaster survey, when you might have humanitarian activities happening on the ground at the same time as your technical assessment, where you might have a lot of copters that are flying around, etc. Well, having a copter is much easier to control. So if you have a program survey site to go from one line to the next, if you have a copter, it would be a very minimal distance between the two lines. So you just have almost a perpendicular trajectory from one line to the next. While if you have a fixed wing, once you finish one line, your fixed wing is going to go around, have a long turn, and then go to the next line. So it's a lot more space you need, and that can be problematic when you have a very crowded airfield. And another great thing about the copter is that you can choose to take picture nadir or oblique. And finally, a great thing about the fixed wing is that, or this particular system we have at SPC, is that we can fly in a very strong windy condition, up to 50 km per hour. We can also fly during light rain, and the copter we were using couldn't do that. So in a nutshell, it was two very complementary systems that allowed us to be quite relevant in each site we wanted to survey. So the coverage for this rapid damage assessment we did, so we surveyed northeast of Efate and east of Tana, as well as Lenakel on the west side. And those rectangles showed, well, that's a zoom in on those places we surveyed. And those rectangle shows you the area that we actually surveyed. So those settlements and villages we were trying to get high-resolution data from, or high-resolution imagery from. So we surveyed about 17 villages and a total of 8 kilometers square. So you can see with a fixed wing, we did much less flight, but at the end, the area covered is much greater than with a copter. Yeah. So what can we do with those data? Apart from looking at damage on building, we can also, if we compare those high-resolution images with past images that we have on the same site. So for example, this is an image of the coastline northeast of Efate. that was taken during the LiDAR campaign funded by PACSAP in 2012. So this is before the cyclone, and this is the data that we got from the UAV after the cyclone. I don't know if you can see it properly, but if you can't, I can describe it to you that you have a lot of sand that has been washed on land. There is a lot of erosion happening here. So before the cyclone and after the cyclone. We can see also a lot of damage on trees, vegetation, on buildings, etc. Another one, before the cyclone, image again taken, aerial image taken in 2012 during the LiDAR campaign, and this is after the cyclone collected by our UAV. So again, we can see a lot of large wave impact on the beach and a lot of sand that has moved washed in sand, inland. So this was this rapid assessment we did working with the World Bank, and then we started another survey after that, which was really to look at 3D shoreline change before the cyclone, after the cyclone, due to this storm surge and wave impact. So the methodology we followed, and that's a methodology we've been using for all our UAV surveys. So first of all, to get high resolution topography data, you don't need just to fly your UAV. You need to set up your tide gauge, especially if it's on the coastal zone and you want to know what's your water level compared to your topography. So that's a very critical step that we need to go through. So we set up a tide gauge, we establish benchmarks, then we survey control points, ground control points that were already defined in a previous presentation today, and then finally we fly our UAV. So we were getting resolution of 2.4 centimeter, and from there then you can create your DSM, your DTM, and finally you compare the topography before and after the cyclone and look at the change on your beach. So the location in which we've done this survey, so you have the location there, it's in northeast of Efate, and mainly why we show those locations, first of all it's because we knew a lot of wave energy has occurred on those sites due to the cyclone. We also didn't need to do all this tide gauge work because it was done previously on the same year by our team already due for a different project, an hydrography project. And finally, because we have LiDAR data in this area, so we have a good understanding of what was the topography before the cyclone, or at least in 2012. And this is the kind of output we got from this survey. So this is an example. It's in a village called Takara, northeast of Efate. So on top, you have an orthophoto that was taken during the LiDAR campaign in 2012. And at the bottom, you have an orthophoto from the UAV survey we've undertaken after the cyclone. And then we can look at the two different DSM. So the scale bar is the same, the color scale. So in red is high topography feature, which represents either trees or houses. So we can see on top, before the cyclone, we had a lot of trees and houses, and at the bottom, if we compare it, we see that most of those trees are actually down. So we can quickly estimate damage on vegetation from those by comparing those two DSMs. There are other methods you're looking at colors too, but that's one of the things we can do. And then we can wrap the DSM with the orthophoto for having a 3D image. And finally, what really interests us is to look at to compare both DTM. So the DTM is when you take your DSM, so your digital surface model, and you get rid of the trees, the houses, and you just have the ground data, the topography data. And if we compare both sites, this is what we get. So we compare the topography before and after the cyclone from 2012 and 2015. So we can see those big patch of blue is where the UAV data is higher than the LiDAR data. So which is actually showing area of where we have dense vegetation and where UAV data can't really give you accurate ground height. So those data are not to be really looked at or considered. But if we look closer to the beach, on the beachfront, we see large red patches on the beach berm and blue patches on the beach, at the foot of the beach. And those are erosion and accretion, estimation of erosion and accretion. And if we zoom in on that rectangle, red rectangle here, this is the image of an hotel before the cyclone on the beach. Nobody is in the pool. And this is the same image, the same location, but after the cyclone. And we can see, if I go back, we can see on the top, on the top part of the image, a big erosion scarp due to the cyclone wave that impacted on that beach. And we can compare both topography before and after the cyclone and look at the volume of sand that has been taken from the beach. And if we do a cross profile, cross section, we can look at what the beach profile looked like before and what it looked like after. So the red line is the beach profile before the cyclone, and the blue line is the beach profile after the cyclone. So from this image, we have a good understanding of what was the wave impact on that beach. That wave eroded a lot of the beach berm and brought that sand down at the foot of the beach. And we have this information in all those locations I showed you along the coastline on northeast of Efate. So quickly, the lesson learned from this surveys. So, well, that survey was largely enhanced by having both UAV capability. So we had the copter and the fixed wing, and that really made our life very easy. Also, what we found out is if we go early in the field during post-disaster survey, we might have strong and strict CAA rules. Like, for example, when we were there, we could only fly at a certain height, so quite low, and we couldn't go further than 1 kilometer radius around from the pilot to the UAV. But we could imagine that in other places we could have even a lower radius, such as, let's say, 250-meter radius between the pilot and the UAV, which means the fixed wing would be quite not really effective anymore if we can't cover large area. So those are things to consider especially for post-disaster surveys. We also had a great help from one of our colleagues in SPC, Mr. Blake, who was deployed on the field and to really look at coordinating all the UAV effort and all. And that really allowed us to be very efficient as soon as we came to the field. So this is something we really need to continue in the future. And then some words about how to optimize this type of survey using UAVs. One of the big limitation we had is the volume of our equipment. We had a big copter and a big UAV that were fixed wing that were both about 20 kg each. So we could, because it was so big and we couldn't hop into different copters that were available to hop into different islands and be very fast on the field and just survey quickly in many islands. So this is something we couldn't do, and they are systems that are small that could fit into a backpack that would be much more relevant for this type of for this type of survey. And obviously, to maximize the footprint, we need a long-lasting battery, etc., etc. And always good to have a fixed wing or a UAV that is weather resistant. Thank you very much. That's it. Any question? I'm happy to try to answer them. Yeah.
I'm curious to know what the situation is in the Pacific in terms of regulations governing the use of UAVs, because I think it's a dark spot a bit around the world and governments are rushing to cover this loophole. So could you brief us? You mentioned Vanuatu as a case where some rules are there. Could you just talk about that, please?
Thank you. That's a very good question, and there is a lot to say about it. I will try to be concise and short. First of all, there is not one rule for the region, so each country has its own CAA rules. But what we've seen for the last year or so is countries requesting UAV for a UAV survey to have a pilot license and a radio license, and that's something we've done when we started to envisage to do this kind of work, those UAV surveys. We decided to really at SPC to really follow all those protocols. So a bunch of us have a pilot license, a bunch of us have a radio license to try to, since we are a regional organization, we're really trying to be able to deploy anywhere in the region and whatever CAA rules those countries have. But up to now, all the places we've surveyed, they all ask for a pilot license and a radio license. Also in Fiji, for example, you actually need to have a test flight with the CAA authority, even if you have a license, and all, just for them to see that you can fly the drone. Did I answer it well? Oh, sorry, and something else. Thank you, Jens. And something that was actually a big thing for where we worked quite a lot on is to have an insurance also. All those one of the main things to have to fly is an insurance, third-party insurance. Yeah.
Thank you. We are doing a study in ACP countries, including the Pacific, to assess the different national regulations existing or non-existing, and we are going to publish the results early next year. They will be freely available, we hope, through ICAO, but I will get in touch with you for more details. Thank you.
With pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks for this very good presentation. You talked about the need of having a pilot license, but for example, in French countries, you also have some constraints on distance for flying. Is there any such a constraint in Pacific Islands?
Yes, you do so. But again, so usually what we've seen so far is you need to have a line of sight. So whatever that means. So it can be interpreted differently, but what we've seen is the rules can get much more strict as soon as there is humanitarian activities, etc., where you have militaries that come in place and they request for very strong rules to be applied, such as you said, a much smaller radius, etc., between the pilot and the UAV.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think I'm the last obstacle between you guys and the afternoon tea. So if you want, we can talk more after. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hervé. So that wraps up our afternoon's first session. We will now, before we take a break, can we just give another round of applause to all the presenters for this session, please? Okay, there's afternoon tea provided, and I hope to see many of you back here after the short break. Naka.
It's on.
Okay, welcome to the last session of the day. We've had some really good presentations today and we've got a few more to come. Can you please take a seat? We've got two types of presentations, one on UAV and then some presentations on institutional. And just continuing on with the UAV, my name is Malcolm Archbold. I'm a land surveyor who does surveying and mapping. I'm from Auckland and I do part-time teaching in geodesy at the University of Technology. The UAV industry is very exciting at the moment with many UAV companies and operators, and it's a really interesting technology for the Pacific because obviously getting planes up into the Pacific to take aerial photography and LiDAR is very expensive, and it's going to be a really interesting next couple of years. I read something the other day that they think there's going to be 1 million UAVs sold this year. And of course a lot of those are going to be used for commercial mapping and surveying applications. So let's get into the first session. Herb's going to present on an application of unmanned UAVs for coastal management in KIRIBATI Island, otherwise known as Christmas Island. But just before I hand over the mic, I have got an important announcement. The cocktail party tonight is not at 7 p.m. It is at 6 p.m. So for those people who turn up at 7 p.m, you know they weren't here. So if you can make it at 6 p.m. out the back, that would be great. Over to you, Herb. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming back after the afternoon tea. So my colleague Amrit Raj was supposed to present, but he couldn't be here, so I will try to do the best job possible. If you thought my accent was too strong in the first presentation, it will be the same accent all over this one too. Sorry about that. So I will present you some work we've done this year in Christmas Island, in Kiribati. It was a great partnership between the Ministry of Fisheries of Kiribati, the Ministry of Land, and our team at the GSD. So we were about 10 people, a team of 10 people, going to Christmas Island and undertaking this survey. So the background, why did we do this survey? We received a request from the Kiribati government to do some work in Christmas Island, especially to identify vulnerable low-lying areas for planning for future coastal development. So in partnership with the government, we came up with a project proposal, and this is what we came up with in a nutshell. So collecting high-resolution topography data using our UAV. So establish, same thing we've seen in the previous presentation. So establishing control benchmarks, establishing a tide gauge, a temporary tide gauge, having ground control points, and flying our UAV. So this is really the methodology we've been using in all our UAV survey to make sure that all the topography data we collect can be integrated with the water level that we collect also in the sea. And then we also collected infrastructure data. So we went to more than 1,500 buildings along in Christmas Island and recorded their position, what building it is, the roof type, etc., etc. And then we looked at shoreline change analysis for the last 20 years. Using historical aerial images and satellite images, then looking at extreme water level scenarios, and something we've been trying to do during this project is to wrap all this information into a GIS tool that Sachindra has been working on called PackSafe, that we're very much excited about, but Sachin will talk much more about it than I can. So on Thursday, I think you talk about it, Sachin. So this is the island of Christmas Island. It's located near the equator, and the red rectangle shows you the survey site, so the urban area, and you have a zoom in here. on the left side. So that's the urban area of Christmas Island. So we did set up a tide gauge, and you can. This is the wharf on your right, a picture of the wharf, and if you have very good eye, you would see a tide gauge, but you might not be able to. And so we collected data. We collected water level during 35 days. So all this is like UKHO standard. So that process we need to go through to make sure that our data is of high quality standard. So we also established 7 benchmarks in the survey site, and to establish benchmark we do 2 observations of 6 hours each. And then we do leveling between the benchmark and the tide gauge to make sure that all the data we are collecting, bathymetry and water topography and water level, can all be integrated into one data set. And then finally, once all this is done, then we finally ready to to fly our UAV. So we were really trying to get the highest resolution and accuracy possible from our fixed wing UAV. So it's a Trimble UX5. So that's why our setting is 2.4 centimeter resolution over the whole survey site, and a great overlap between each picture of 90% overlap, which is the best our system can do. And then we had a minimum of 5 control points per flight, so on each corner of the survey site and in the middle of the survey site. Okay, and the output as so here is an image, video that will certainly not work, that I can show you on my laptop. It's just showing you the plane taking off. If you're wondering how it works well. And this is a very slow motion video. It's so slow motion that you can't actually see it moving, of the plane landing, and it also lands very well. And the output that we get, so this is one example of what we get from our system. This is a 2.4 centimeter orthophoto of London, which is an urban area in Christmas Island. So we have a 2.4 centimeter orthophoto, and then we can also get like 10 to 11 centimeter. I'm sure you can't really see well, but it's a beautiful image showing the DSM, the digital surface model of this area, where you can identify very clearly all the trees, all the houses, the ground, etc. If you want to see it on my laptop, it's really good. Trust me. And then you can wrap all this together. It looks beautiful. And so we did about 20 flights to cover this whole area. And so we get a digital surface model, point clouds at 2.4 centimeter resolution that we can filter and then get rid of trees and houses, and finally get DTM, a digital terrain model, which is the digital surface model without the trees, when you filter the trees and the houses, etc. And you can, so it's a 1 meter resolution DTM that we created out of this data. A zoom in on London to show you the kind of feature you can get. And since we're still getting familiar, we're still trying to test our system. We've been using it for about a year. We're still trying to get more familiarized with the accuracies that we can expect from those kind of UAV surveys. So we collected a lot of RTK data in different land cover kind of area. So we collected the data, RTK data on roads. So by mounting a typical kind of way to do it, by mounting our RTK on a car and driving around. We've also collected data on clear fields, soccer field, beach profiles in the bush, also in complex urban area in between buildings, etc., to see how well our point cloud could represent the shape of the topographical feature on the ground. And this is showing you a comparison for all those RTK points we collected between the UAV height and the RTK height. So in blue, all the three blue colors are a range of a difference of less than 3 pixels. So 1 pixel is 2.4 centimeter. And green is up to less than 10 centimeter. So most of the data shows a difference between the RTK and the UAV of less than 3 pixels in height, which is quite good. Now we see some areas where we have more yellow and more orange, and those are RTK data that were collected while driving with a vehicle, where you would expect that the potholes and all the movement of the vehicle would actually create more uncertainty in the RTK data as well. So here it's showing you a comparison for one specific flight between the RTK data and the UAV data, and if the data were perfectly matching, then this cloud of points would be exactly on that dashed red line. As you can see, it's very near that dashed red line, but you still have some outliers. Now, if we get rid of the RTK data that were collected on the vehicle, mounted on the vehicle, that's the image on your right, and you can see the point cloud is much more centered on that red line. So where it looks like we have a very good accuracy, very good a match between the RTK and the UAV data. If we look at it in a different way with a histogram, so let's just look at the image on your right, which is for the same flight we've just looked at. The three first bars are all the data that are contained with the accuracy or with a difference of less than 3 pixels. So less than 7.5 centimeter difference between the RTK and the UAV data, which shows us that for all the flights we've been doing in Christmas Island, more than 80% of our data correlate very well, less than 3 pixels in height with the RTK data. If I did make sense there, hopefully I did. Okay, and so once we have a good, we feel we have a good DTM, good representation of what the shape of the topography of the land, we did some analysis on the water level data that has been collected in Christmas Island. So we have a record of more than 41 years of water level in Christmas Island. So this, for the Pacific, it's an amazing data set. And from this 41 years of historical water level, we can extrapolate it and look at what is a extreme water level, what's a 100-year return period extreme water level for Christmas Island, what is a 10-year return period water level. So from this historical data, we can extrapolate and look at a bit in the future. And from this 1 year return period water level, 10-year return period water level, 20, 50, 100 year, plus looking at sea level rise for different years, 2030, 2050, 2070, 2090, and different emission scenarios there, we came up with 85 possible scenarios of extreme to large to extreme water level for Christmas Island. And since we have the topography, we have this extreme water level, possible extreme water level, we can create hazard map of flood depths. And as I mentioned, we collected a lot of infrastructure data, so what we call exposure data. And all this can be fed into the software Sachindra is working on. So here you have an example where we put, so the image you have on the right is an inundation layer. So looking at flood depths for one of the 85 scenarios and overlaid with building data. So exposure, you have one exposure layer and one hazard layer. And then through PackSafe, you can get some information about the risk that combines those two data sets. So here, for example, we can have a simple example that shows you buildings that are flooded or not flooded, and it can go much more complicated than that, but Sachindra will talk to you about it later on Thursday. And then you can get for a certain layer and a certain exposure, you can get a report that will tell you the number of residential buildings that are affected, the number of churches, of commercial buildings that are affected, etc. And this is a great tool that government can use for urban planning, for coastal management, as well as for disaster preparedness, etc., etc. And so this tool is still new. So Sachindra has been working a lot on it, and there are still a lot we want to do with this tool, such as, or at least for Christmas Island, we also have population layers that we want to input in that tool, so it can tell us the number of people that are affected, if there is like a disaster, the number of, the amount of fresh water that needs to be allocated for the location, etc. And also, since we also want to include the setback zones layer, that we can talk more about it later. And finally, so as I just mentioned, we keep progressing on this PackSafe tool, and we're very much excited about it. We have also a big issue in this project is we have found that our temporary tide gauge didn't match well with the tide gauge that's at the wharf. So there is an issue in what we call the reference datum, and which is exactly the reason why we put a temporary tide gauge in the first place, to make sure that all data is matched, etc. So we found that there might be a discrepancy. So right now, all those data we have are still preliminary until we find what the problem is, because the tide gauge is set, the permanent tide gauge that has been there for 41 years is set up at the wharf, and the wharf could have sink. That's one of the possibility. So there are many things we need to look at to make sure that we have the appropriate data and appropriate reference data. And obviously we only talked about water level and sea level rise, but one of the big driver for inundation is wave. And so that was the first phase of the project. The second phase of the project, we're gonna map the bathymetry, the seafloor, and we're gonna look at wave impact and wave inundation to have a full understanding of the inundation risk for that location. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Herve? Yes, one up in the middle. Okay, the question is, how long does it take for the drone survey, and then how long for the building survey?
Thank you. So the drone survey actually did take much less time than the mapping, the infrastructure mapping survey. But in the field overall, we were a team of 10, and it took us about a month to collect all the data we wanted to collect. But I just showed you like few of the data we collected. We did quite a lot more than that during those first during that month in Christmas Island. This is like a fly-through through our point cloud data set we collected in Christmas Island. It's done manually with the mouse, so that's why it might not be like a graphic designer kind of standard. So I'm not trying to get a job as graphic designer here today. But yeah, that's kind of a good visit to Christmas Island. Thank you.
How many photos and how long did it take to process the data?
Thank you. Far too long. So it's actually quite fast to process the UAV data into point cloud, orthophoto, and DSM. So this, with our software, even with this 90% overlap, which is like the craziest amount of data set you can get, it was taking about 12 to 24 hours per flight. Where we really struggled is to get the DSM into a DTM, so to filter the trees and the houses and the bush and etc. This was really painful. So we've came up with few methodology, but there is not one that works perfectly that we found. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm just wondering, do you have any indication of how the Kiribati government's now using the outputs to mitigate?
Thank you. Well, we actually just delivered all this work last week, or the week before, to the Kiribati government, and there was a chance to have people from the Ministry of Fisheries coming to our office and being trained on using this PackSafe. So the great thing about this PackSafe is now they have all those preliminary, at least now preliminary layers with all the exposure data, and they can make their own assessment of the vulnerable areas, the risk. So this was just a very zoom in to show that those are point clouds, all this you've been saying. Anyway, thank you.
Okay. Well, I think we'll move on to the next one, but absolutely fascinating use of UAV and technology, and I'm thinking this presentation would be worthy of any geospatial conference in the world. So thank you. Can you just please thank Herb again? Okay, the next presentation is by Nick. It's the Raspberry Pi-based image capture unit, compact and low-cost multispectral imaging for drones.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to present the results of a project undertaken by 2 engineering students here at the University of the South Pacific. That's Ezekiel and Martin. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here to present the work today, so I'll present it on their behalf. Okay, I'm from the Geospatial Science program at USP, and we're just in the process of introducing UAV drone technology into our new Bachelor of Geospatial Science program. So I'll chat briefly about the idea in the first place of building these little imaging units, the concept behind it, chat a bit about the hardware, software, show you some of the first flights and what's to come, hopefully. Okay, back to the idea. As I just mentioned, we put a new program and we have a new degree, Bachelor of Geospatial Science, which is in its first year this year, and a little bit later we'll be hearing from some of the students who are in that program. But while we were compiling the new degree, I wanted to assess some of the new contemporary content management tools that are out there for educational purposes. And of course, MOOCs, the massive online open courses, are sort of the new thing in online education. So I decided I'd do a couple of MOOCs to see what they're like, see how they work and whether I like them. And I figured if I was going to do one, I needed to do one that was way out of my area in my comfort zone. So I decided to do one on electronics, which I know absolutely nothing about. And this one is one offered through edX, through Berkeley, on electronic interfaces, bridging the physical and digital world. So it kind of sounded interesting, so I did it. Yep. The good thing was, I got to build a robot. Never in 100 years would I think I would be able to build a robot, but I was able to build a robot. There you can see the simple little robot there. It has 2 light-sensitive resistors, so it's sensitive to light. And if you look on the ends, you can see 2 little electric motors with eccentric weights. So the idea is you have a light source. If you move the light source, One of the sensors receives more light than the other sensor. It starts the motor, wobbles the robot, and he bounces around towards the light. Okay, so fairly simple. There's also a microphone on board, and when you make a very loud noise, the robot gets excited and it bounces up and down and plays a happy tune. Okay, so fairly simple behaviour and output, but I can't tell you how challenging that was to build that robot with no real knowledge to start with. And I think that's kind of good, because as a teacher sometimes, a long-standing academic, you forget what it's like to be a student, and it's always good to go back and look at something and have absolutely no idea what it says or is going on, and then have to work through it to get a result. So it was good from two perspectives. We learned a bit about MOOCs, I learned a bit about being a student again, and I also learned a bit about electronics. But what it did do, in fact, if I go back, you see at the top left-hand side of the black blob, that's actually a Texas Instrument MSP430 digital controller. And having done this course, I became a little bit interested in what other things you could do with such controllers. So we had the idea, since we're already starting to introduce drones, we have a remote sensing program, so I thought, let's put the two together and see what we can come up with. So we came up with the concept of a multispectral imaging system for a UAV. Had to be really lightweight, had to be cheap. We had to be able to make and maintain it ourselves. It's mainly for teaching, and our aim was to promote cross-disciplinary activity between our different schools and at USP. So I was hoping to sort of get computer science involved, engineering involved, and my home school of geography, earth science and environment. So it seemed like kind of a nice project to get everyone together. So the platform we used is the Parrot AR2. It's cheap. We had one already, so that was a good start. It's easily maintained, the parts are readily available, it's easy to change blades and shafts, you can pull it apart, put in new controllers and glue it back together again. I can't tell you the number of times I've crashed this, well, the students have crashed this, and you just glue it and then off it goes again, so yeah, it's great. It's controlled by Wi-Fi, so that makes it really easy with any mobile device or a smartphone, so you can control it. And by doing it that way, we can start teaching the students responsible use of UAVs and basic piloting skills. We also have a course at 300 level which will come on course in 2017. So as part of that course, they should all leave with, I hope, pilot certificates. Interestingly, it's also got a GPS module, which is that little orange box which they happily call the flight recorder for the AR2. So you can actually hack the flight system, and you can either use a standardised programming to do flight paths, so we can teach students about running flight paths and lines for image acquisition. And you can also program it in Python. So we heard a little bit Python this morning, so students can actually write Python code to control the drone. So we don't want to give them just a standardised flight control system, or they can start writing the code to do their own. So the little unit, even though technically it's a toy, it's a really highly capable toy. It's a very sophisticated bit of kit. So we can get a lot of value out of it in our teaching program from many different aspects. The Civil Aviation Authority of Fiji is okay with it. Our only restrictions are we don't fly at above 200 feet and we don't fly within 30 metres of buildings or people unless the buildings are the subject of the teaching or research activity that we're doing. So the Civil Aviation Authority of Fiji have been very helpful. There's someone there called Treasure Marshall, who's very, very happy to help us with all our queries and make sure we're doing the right thing with the UAV. Downside of the Parrot, it can only carry 250 gram payload, so we don't have a lot to work with. Okay, the hardware from the sensor side. In the top right-hand corner there, you see a little thing called a Raspberry Pi. This was invented as a crowdfunding project two, three years ago, and they're really, really small. There's a little Raspberry Pi A+ here. It's very, very small Linux-based computer, but very, very powerful. The good thing about it is it has a built-in camera module, and you can see in the second diagram on the right-hand side, there's a little tiny camera module there. It's a 5 megapixel RGB camera. And you can see I've got one attached to this Raspberry Pi here. So even with just that little Raspberry Pi and the camera, we have the ability to capture 5 megapixel RGB data from the drone. It turned out that lots of Parrot users were buying these cameras prising the top off, taking out the NIR filter, which blocks the near-infrared energy, and then sticking it back together. That worked, but quite often the camera would fail. So the Parrot company I thought was fantastic. They released an NOIR, or a near-infrared version of the camera, with the near-infrared filter taken out already. So now you have the access. So we have 2 Raspberry Pis, as in the schematic. We can have one with the near-infrared filter removed and one in standard RGB mode. We can then look towards getting 4-band multispectral imagery, sort of similar to the bands 1, 2, 3 and 4 of Landsat TM. You can see down the bottom right corner, that's a visible cutoff filter, which you put over the near-infrared camera to cut out the visible part of the spectrum. Then you have a true near-infrared camera, which you can set up to give you 10-bit data. You can see in the other camera there, you can actually get superior optics on these little cameras as well. So we're currently dealing with the smaller cameras at the moment, but we can always upgrade later to better ones. David mentioned this morning in his talk about 3D printing. This is great because the engineering school here has a 3D printer, and the engineering people were able to mock up a little 3D plan for a dual camera mount, which you can see I've got printed out here. So that enables then to mount the 2 cameras, which we can then stick to the underside of the drone. I've got a little picture there, and I've actually brought it in case anyone wants to have a look at it later on. And of course, we used a slightly larger 2,500 milliamp hour battery, which powers both the drone and the camera system and the Raspberry Pi. I can say the camera system itself, we control through Wi-Fi on a tablet, just through using standard SSH. Or if we wanted to, we could go up and use the graphic environment, but it's not really necessary, just a command line, and it just goes away and grabs the images. And all the software is written in Python. So it's sort of kind of standardizing for many of our courses. We're going to use the Python programming language. And a good thing about that is the students get to see Python from a lot of different angles. So application development, scripting, integration with QGIS, ArcGIS. Okay, first go, it's all sellotape, Gorilla Tape, and all sorts of bits to strap it onto the drone. I messed around with this for a long time with batteries, and the poor old drone crashed and it wouldn't take off, or it hopped along the ground because I had too much weight in there. So I started stripping the weight back, and you can see at the top right there's the camera mount, and eventually we got it working. So it looks a bit, I don't know what it looks like, but at least it flies now. And you can see on the left-hand diagram, that's a little camera module on the side. You can see all those wires sticking out everywhere. That's my bad wiring practice I picked up from that MOOC when I built my robot. Just wires going everywhere, so I need to get a professional engineer to tidy all this up and make it look good. But the bottom line is, it flew, and we were able to capture images with it. So we got about 18 minutes flight off from the drone. I must admit it wasn't doing a lot of manoeuvring around, it was just hovering and going backwards and forwards a bit slowly, and we were capturing images every second. But we still got 18 minutes out of the 2,500 milliamp hour battery, which was pretty good. Okay, a few images hovering around above my lawn at home, over some of the edge borders, so you can start to see that classic kick in the infrared you get with vegetation. These are currently, it's the near-infrared camera, but it doesn't have the visible light cutoff filter applied. When you put the visible cutoff filter over the front, you then get that really classic looking grayscale image of vegetation in the near-infrared. Okay, what's next? It's actually still quite early days. We still have to add the second Raspberry Pi to integrate the RGB camera as well. That means we have another Raspberry Pi to find power for, and they draw about 700 milliamps, and with the camera close to an amp. So there's a bit of design he's doing on that. We need to clean up the housing, and the engineers are working on the housings for the Raspberry Pi, so they sit neater on the drone itself. And because I built the voltage regulator, it's sort of like the size of a bread box, and the engineers tell me they can get it a little bit smaller than that, so it doesn't take up so much room and weight on the drone. Wiring has to be cleaned up. The students are also working on alignment algorithms for the two cameras in case there's a bit of misalignment. And we're still getting, those of you who know drones, we're getting what we call jello in the video feed, so it wobbles a bit. So that's repositioning the camera to an appropriate place where it eliminates or minimises. I must admit, the poor little drone has been crashed quite a few times, and that tends to bend shafts and put chips in propellers, and that does actually induce vibration, which gives you that jello effect in the images. So I think with the new set of blades and stuff, it should be okay. More excitingly, some clever person has invented a multiplexer. What a multiplexer does is it allows you to take multiple inputs, like 4 cameras, and put it into one camera slot on the Raspberry Pi motherboard. So if we have our 2 Pis on board the drone and we have 2 multiplexers, we can have 8 cameras. And this is what I think Worldview 3 Digital Globe people call super spectral. So we can have 8 spectral bands, and by using swappable filters, we can vary which bands the students use, and so they can start investigating remote sensing in a more in-depth and hands-on manner. Under that same sort of thought, Ocean Optics also have what they call an OEM spectrometer, which also runs on Raspberry Pi. So a spectrometer is an instrument for measuring the light field in very narrow wavebands, in this case at 1.8 nanometer wavebands. And you can see there's a range of wavebands we can use. So we'd probably use the 350 to 800 in the first instance. So we can actually put the spectrometer in the drone and then fly it, say, over a tree canopy, and by varying the height, get the coverage we require and get detailed spectra. Wolf this morning, I think, was talking about, or someone was talking about the red edge and breadfruit trees and stuff. So the students can start investigating this sort of thing on their own using the drones. So it's great at the moment. It's going to get better, and hopefully get a whole lot better again, which will be good. All from this little tiny drone, which costs like $700, and a few other bits and pieces. Conclusion. We're very happy with the result, even though it's not finished. I think we'll be flying this for next year's introductory Geospatial Information Systems course, which Aline will talk about in a couple of presentations' time. We can build this imaging system for under 300 Fiji dollars, which I think is phenomenal, given that you can give them full 4-band multispectral imagery to play with, both from the acquisition side, data processing, and then output. So it makes an ideal teaching tool, in my view, and even starting then to move into the research side when we get the more sophisticated camera systems on board. And I think equally important is it promotes collaboration between the engineering and the geospatial students. So next year, we'll actually bring the engineering students down to the geospatial classes, and they'll talk about the instrumentation and how they built it and how we fly it, and get a bit of integration going and cooperation. So that's always a good result. That's it. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Good. Yep. Is it? Microphone's just coming.
How heavy is the camera?
I actually haven't weighed it yet, but I can guarantee you it's under 250 grams because it'll take. I'm estimating it's somewhere around 180. Yeah. If we need another battery when we put the extra Raspberry Pi on, then it'll go up a little bit more again. But I'd say we're well within the 200 grams. When the engineers design the new cases, they'll be a lot thinner, so we'll save a bit of weight on the casing as well. And of course, my dinosaur voltage regulator, which weighs a lot.
Okay, thanks, Nick. The next presentation is by Kawata Babuk. It's the Geospatial Science Projects at USP for 2015.
Good afternoon. I'll be presenting to you the projects some student from GS350 student did throughout this semester 2. The project title in front of you is the project that I did, and that's the land cover change detection on Tarawa in 1965 and 2015. Tarawa is the capital of Kiribati, and it is situated in the South Pacific, an atoll island. And on Tarawa, there are isolated villages, and some of them they are connected by causeways. And in 2010, the population census is more than 56,000, and rural-urban migration is still happening. The reason why I want to do this, or why am I so interested to do this project, is that because I'm from this island. I grew up, and I observed lots of changes, and I've seen cultural features on this island, and I know that this is not traditional. So I always wonder what this island looked like in the past. So by doing this project, I see an opportunity for me to work out the change from those past years. So I choose to work on the 1965 and 2015. So this is more like working with modern technology or GIS. And secondly is to justify whether islets, because there are islets closer to causeways, and they undergo changes. I'm not saying that I want to prove that causeways are the causes of why the land cover change on these islands happening, but I'll just use an image interpretation to see what's happening to this islet after the causeways construction have completed. Those are the three aims of the project I did. And the three data that I used are GeoEye satellite imagery, the 1965 aerial image of Tarawa, and three software, ArcMap, MapInfo, and ADAS. For the MapInfo, it was used for map projection, georeferencing, and heads-up digitizing. And for the, sorry, that's for MapInfo. For the ArcMap, the polygons or the digitized map was used to convert it to raster in order to come up with an overlay image. And that overlay image was done, was obtained from ADAS software. Those are just the images of what I use for this particular project. And this is the spatial modular to run the change detection. And this gives me this change detection map plus the important information on the table on the other side. And as you can see, I've found out, or I come up with the results that settlements in 2015 was increased, water body decreased in 2015, bare land also decreased, dry land vegetation also increased, and mangrove also increased in 2015. And the value at the bottom is the overall change, which is 233 hectares for this island, Tarawa. These are some of the photos that I consider to be the factors or that caused decrease or increase of land cover. The first one, you see this all, and this was constructed on water body, and some of the construction were carried out on bare land, and this might be the contributive factors of why water body and bare land decreased in 2015. For the increase in settlement, it's obvious because there are many new construction on the island, especially at the South Tarawa. And this one is, that's our president, but please focus on the mangrove at the back. Because now, lately, there's issues about climate change, and there's also projects that are carried out in Kiribati for mangrove regeneration to lessen the impacts of rising sea level. And for the increase in dry land vegetation, looking at North Tarawa, it's obvious that it's different with the previous slides, because most of these islands, there's still observable vegetation, because in this part of the island, the population is less, because mostly they went to this South Tarawa, because that's where the main facilities are, education and other attractive buildings there. And to conclude with this, the project that I did for geospatial course, I found out like it was mentioned earlier, Tarawa have increased, the hectare by 233 in 2015. And also in 2015, the settlement increased, water body and bare land decreased, mangrove also increased, and dry land vegetation increased as well in 2015. With regards to the islets that I want to look at through image interpretation, I could say that Meongatapu Islet, by looking at the 1965 aerial image, this islet exists. And until 1980, where the construction of this causeway completed, and in 2015, this islet is no longer exist on the GeoEye map. And for Bigeman, this is another islet closer to Tiny Pond Causeway. And in the 1965 aerial image, Bigeman was covered with vegetation, but according to the 2015 satellite image that I used, Bigeman Islet is now just, there's no more vegetation. And talking from observation, this is true because this islet, goes underwater during high tide, and there's no more vegetation on this islet. After this slide, I'll show you some of the projects that GS350 did, and I think 6 of them. The first one is a project that was carried out by Inia, one of the Fijian students, and he looks at Fiji bedrow bird, or the Katauningau. And in this project, he looks at the distribution of this particular bird species, and he also created a 3D model of the island, and he found out that most of the population of this particular bird species prefer to dwell on slopes and closer to water sources. The second one is a project by Dennis, and he's from the Solomon Islands, and he created evacuation centers for Oniara in the Solomon Islands. The third one is the project from Auntie Varanise Navundi from the Fiji Islands, whereby she created special distribution of squatter settlements in Suva City, and those are the maps she created. She managed to create it. This one is the project by another Solomon student, Ishmael, and he looks at the distribution of earthquake in the 1900s until 2015. And he only focused on the the Pacific Islands, or the Pacific area. The last one is another project from the Solomon students, Junior Airy, and he looked at the silk-tail, another bird species with this an endemic species in the Fiji island. And in this project, he created a home range map to see the migration status of this particular bird. And I'm not going to talk further on this project because the projects are also displayed outside the conference room. So if you have time, you can take a look at these posters. This is all from me, and thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, the next presentation is GIS at MacBio. This is by Hans and Jemima.
Hello. Bulavanak everyone. Thanks for having us here, especially at this time of the day. The presentation this afternoon will be done by me and Jemima. We are part of this small GIS team. We've heard one of the presentations this morning from Mr. John Sullivan on geoprocessing with using Python. And on this presentation, I will be talking very briefly about the MacBio project, the background, and how we're supporting the 5 countries that we work in. And Jemima, my colleague, will talk on the current project, which is marine classification analysis. So MacBio stands for Marine and Coastal Biodiversity in 5 Pacific Island countries. So they are key partners for the project. Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Kiribati, Tonga, and Fiji. And our regional partners, SPREP, which is the leading environmental organization in the region, and with a mandate to support countries with environmental issues. IUCN, most of the countries in the Pacific, they are members of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, and they do provide technical support to the countries as well, with the vast expertise in conservation. And GIZ, that's where the funding comes from. They are the longer arm of the German government Ministry for Environment. So what is the objective of MacBio? Basically MacBio is in the region to strengthen and sustainable management of conservation of marine and coastal biodiversity in the 5 countries. So I'd like to bring your attention to the map down below. Those are 5 countries: Tonga, Fiji, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands with the EEZ. But from this map we can clearly see that the countries in the Pacific Island region, they're pretty small. And it gives us an indication of how vast our marine environment is, and how important this marine environment is to the countries, in terms of protein and income. Not only that, many of these Pacific Island countries, they've committed to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. So the UNCBD, they've come up with targets called Aichi targets, and they're aiming to achieve 10% or to protect 10% of the marine areas by the year 2020. And here in Fiji, for example, they've committed, they have a bold conservation target of protecting 30% of their marine and coastal areas by 2020. Project component, there are 3 project components. The first component is economic valuation of marine and coastal services. So basically, the project is helping the 5 countries in terms of getting the values of marine and coastal resources and the benefits and the services they provide. This component of the project is coming to its end, completion stage, and we're at the final stage of providing reports back to the Pacific Island countries. But economic valuation of marine and coastal resources, I'll give you a very simple example of mangrove ecosystem. So basically, for a mangrove, for resource economists, it'll be easy for him to try and get the value of the dollar value or the estimated dollar value. But for a conservation officer or organization, we do know that mangrove provides more than that, and those are called intrinsic value. They provide much more services and ecosystem services that they provide. For example, they are good for mangroves. They are good nursery areas for fish. And our second component is marine spatial planning. This is where most of our GIS work fits into this marine spatial planning process. So MSP or marine spatial planning is basically a collaborative planning process where different stakeholders from government, from NGOs, they come together and plan for better decision making. And in the countries, this is why our GIS team is it's very important for us to try and support the local GIS experts in country to identify some of the data sets and try and transform them into spatial format so they can fit into the big and wider national marine spatial planning process. The third component is effective approaches to site management. So basically, this is a component where we want to document some of the lessons that we've learned from current projects or current initiatives, conservation initiatives in the region. For example, we have the locally managed marine areas network in the region. We have other community-based resource management and adaptive management projects that are running. It would be good to document some of these, some of the success stories and lessons or challenges that we've gone through. So for the small MacBio team we have, basically this is what we do. We support the governments with the marine mapping and their GIS needs. Identify marine and coastal data. So we are 2 years into the GIS component of the project. Identify the marine and coastal data. When I say identify marine and coastal data, MacBio is basically using secondary data. We're not going out to the field to collect data. We are actually using field data that's been collected by field officers in the Ministry of Environment, Fisheries, and other relevant stakeholders. And we assist the countries to try and compile and consolidate these data sets and then transform them into spatial format, which can then feed into the marine spatial planning process for government. We've also provided a number of hands-on training in country as part of our capacity building using QGIS. And to this conference, we also supported a number of GIS colleagues from the 5 countries to come and attend as part of the capacity building. And in countries, we coordinate a lot with a number of projects, like in Kiribati and Solomon Islands, we have the EPOG project that Donna and our team from CSIRO are working on, and there are a number of other projects that are running in the countries that we collaborate. And in the region, we have the crop agencies, SOPAC and SPREP that we work very closely with. Spatial data sources are from government and NGOs, and also we're looking at regional and global data sources, which are open data. So now I'd like to invite my colleague Jemima to work on our current project, which is marine classification.
Thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try and make this quite fast. This marine spatial planning has two parts to it. There's the marine classification, which is a biophysical derivation of different marine zones, and that's one of the projects that we're taking part in right now. We're building the marine zones for the 5 different countries that we're working in. And the marine zones, or the classification, is based on biological and physical information. For instance, species or habitat diversity. For marine zones, normally they use what they call benthic structures, or just the surface of the or seabed to derive these zones, or also the pelagic, or the depth, the sea depth, to isolate these zones. Why we're doing this? Because of I think the current work in conservation is very opportunistic. It's where data is available, and that is how people are selecting what needs to be conserved. So this marine zoning is to basically build a standardized information for all the areas of the marine area that we're looking at. And also later on, when it comes to the spatial planning, we have to derive information on what we call marine protected areas. So this is one of the basic layers that we're using to build up candidate sites for the marine spatial planning later on. This should ensure that good representative areas of all the different types of ecological regions or ecosystems are definitely conserved. Some of the examples of this type of work, of this regionalization or zoning, for instance, some of you might be familiar with the biogeographic regions of Australia. This is based on different attributes like climate, geomorphology, flora and fauna. So it's a lot of scientific data or information that basically decides some of the zones, or identifies what becomes a zone. One of the other things is the rainfall area. I know for the Australian bioregions, this is at this picture here is at the national scale, and then there's smaller versions or smaller scales of that in the like within Queensland. There's I think even more what we're calling sub-regions within those bioregions that's classified here. Another example has been with the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. That is, with this zoning, it's, I think it's based on like species and coral habitats and things like that. That's where they've formed the zones. It led to about 30 reef and 40 non-reef classes. So, and this then forms the basis of what's protected within the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. And I think this example has been recognized as one of the world's best practice. This is what we, sort of something similar to this is what we're trying to build here for the 5 Pacific Island countries that we're looking at. This is another example of ecoregions within the Coral Triangle. Maybe some of you will be familiar with this. For this particular one, they used geographically distinct assemblages of species and natural communities. They defined 11, but I think a lot of the names of that are just based on the actual geographic names that's recognized. But if you look into the report on that, you'll find the actual definition of what forms one of those zones. Yeah, that's just the same example of the last one. So how are we doing it? We're using GIS, QGIS and ArcGIS. It's a team of 3 people who's doing this, and we're using a lot of tools. We're using unsupervised classification, so that is grouping of the pixels of similar characteristics. Within QGIS, there's a tool that's available in the Alfeo toolbox. So this is like if you got QGIS, you can go and look that up and work out how that particular software does that. We can also do this same thing in ArcGIS, and there's the tool that's works so using ISO clusters. So one of the issues that we're finding in using GIS, so ArcGIS to do all this classification is the fact that it crashes with big data. So with our 5 regions or 5 countries, we're actually looking at a lot of data, a lot of environmental data and species and all that kind of data. So in McBuy, we're using this R software. It's R is open source software. It's statistical software, and it'll help us analyze, or it can handle all this large data that we are going to be using. We are using ArcGIS and QGIS to actually extract the information that we're getting from the open source data, mainly a lot of the environmental variables. Yeah, this is an example of what we're doing. So with this environmental variable like sea surface temperature or other chlorophyll data or something like that, we're actually using QGIS or ArcGIS to extract that information and convert it into a CSV file. And also with our species modeling. And then we input that data into R. So the our software actually does the correlation test, so that tests a lot of the parameters. And we're also, with that, we're coming up with the best model that interprets the data that we're using. So after the correlation test, we're also using R to identify the similar pixels or similar values and cluster the analysis. So R is also programmable by Python, which Jonah loves, and it's something that we're using. He's writing a lot of the programs because of the massive amount of data that we're using in the background. So within R, it uses this distance or to calculate the similarity. It's got a function in there to calculate the similar pixels, and then to compare, we use this H class, or that's how it actually determines what clusters together. And then the grouping of the similar features, we are then deciding whether 10 classes or 30 classes or however many classes, which then defines the actual zones that we're coming up with. One of the biggest input that we're finding is the actual scale of the data that we're putting in. The finer scales will determine how fine we can go within the clusters, so the bigger scale data will mean that we have to retain a high scale. So this is a sample of the output. So the image on the left is sort of like a larger, sort of a lower zoning cluster, sort of like of 10 classes, and the one on the right is if we want to go for 30 classes. So that is determined by the actual data that we're putting in, the accuracy of the data that we're putting in. So just in conclusion to that, the data input derives the degree of certainty of the classification. And the output from this marine classification is just one of the biophysical basis of the actual marine spatial planning, which also involves a lot of consultation around countries with stakeholders, with different other marine space users. Thank you. That's it.
Any questions? Just a question over here.
Hey, thank you for that. Quick question regarding the correlation test. Can you just give us some examples of the different parameters that you used, and if you had any base or training points that you used from the stats created to kind of verify whether these numbers were correct or not?
One of the... I'll just go back. Some of the variables that we're putting in sorry, I'm just trying to find these environmental conditions, this sea surface temperature, depths and salinity. So one of the correlation tests that we're trying to do is to see how that affects the distribution of the species, of the fish data. These information come from different sources, so that's one of the correlation that we're testing. We're trying to see if certain of these variables sort of saying the same thing about the species distribution, so that's where the correlation test is coming from. With R, it uses a value that I cannot remember. Is it K value or something? There is a parameter within the R software that it actually determines like a certain number is good correlation and certain numbers, sorry, I can't remember the actual variable right now, but that's where we're doing the correlation of how we bring these different data sources together and trying to see how well that sort of predicts the species or the habitat distribution, things like that.
Okay, thank you, Hans and Jemima. We have two more presentations. The next presentation is by Lean. The title is The Bachelor of Geospatial Science, Inaugural Intake 2015.
Hello, everybody. Today I'll be presenting on the Bachelor of Geospatial Science. Okay. Right, so in the previous year there wasn't any bachelor degree program, and this was introduced this year. And there are basically 3 streams that you could go into: the developer stream, the analyst, and the double major in geospatial science. With the introduction of the new bachelor degrees, there were more units broadened to the program, such as IS 104, which was basically an introduction to learning how to use Python, and GS 100, which GS 100 has been there before, but with GS 100 and IS 104, we come into GS 101, and we use both of the knowledge that we acquired from these two units, and we put them together, and as we go further, you'll see what I mean. That's the 3-year plan for Bachelor in Geospatial Science for Developer program. That's for the Analyst program. The ones that are highlighted in pink are the new courses, the new units that were introduced. So currently there are approximately 70 students enrolled in the whole Geospatial Award. There are a number of 40 students enrolled in the Bachelor program. Currently 27 are enrolled in GS 101. 13 students are doing a Bachelor in GS, so they're either doing the Analyst or the Developer stream, and whereas the 14 are doing double major with other units such as Land Management Development, Population Studies, Geography, and Information System. Okay, so for the Developer stream and Analyst stream, at the end of their 3 years, 3 years of studies, they are eligible to get a certification from the Surveying and Spatial Science Institute of Australia. So our staffing and equipment, we have our senior lecturer John Lowry, our associate professor Dr. Nick Rawlings, our lecturer Nathan Wales, and our professional officer that has been advertised and will probably be filled in by February. In the years to come, there is plans of a new building and labs as well as student spaces being built. So that's something we look forward to. That's the advertisement on the newspaper. Okay. So basically, I'll just go through my journey of in GS 101. Okay. So Moodle, everyone who's been to USP knows about Moodle. So that's our Moodle page. That's where we go to. Our GS 101 was a blended course, so we had to spend most of our times in study modules. Each week had a study module, along with reflections at the end of the modules. So that's just a screen grab of some of the reflections that I've written. And we also had quiz assessments, which carried marks towards our course. The fun stuff, Dr. Nick is a very big fan of the library, so instead of making us Google stuff, he likes us to go into the library, and he won't take an answer, if we tell him that we went to the library, he won't take that as an answer, he needs proof. So our first assignment was to go look for a book relating to GS and write an essay. And we had to take a selfie with the librarian as proof that we did go to the library. Yeah. So that was our first assignment. The good thing about GS 101 was that you got best of the two worlds. You get to do Python programming as well as going out into the field. Our first field work was going out into the lower campus lawn and counting the trees and taking our calibrated paces and triangles with our clinometers. This was used to calculate the height of the tree. Those are just some pictures of the field work. Then we went on to conduct a traverse of the lower campus. That's the class going around marking the traverse points. Small pictures. So after all the field work, we got down back into the labs and wrote a script on how to close our traverse. That's the picture of the lower campus lawn. That's a Google image, and that's the script we wrote, and with the data we collected, we made our traverse with Python. So, and our first fieldwork, the one with the trees, we also wrote a Python script that mapped the trees onto the traverse. So that was pretty cool. Nick also liked to put in fun stuff. We had a pizza competition for finding a hidden survey control mark. He had given us the local grid coordinates to find it, and those 3 are the lucky boys who found the survey control mark and had the pizza. They're not here today, but yeah. So as we went on, we were introduced to SQLite databases. Our class activity was a spatial analysis of the weeds, the mimosa weeds, the sensitive plants. So we did a class, that was a class activity. Okay, so that plant is the plant, that's the plant, mimosa plant, and we did a spatial analysis of the distribution of it on the lower campus ground, and each student got a grid. As you can see on the far left, we each took a grid, and then we went and used quadrants, randomly throwing them on the ground and, doing stuff. Each grid was 60 meters long. Then we wrote a script for it, and with our database, we mapped it out onto our traverse. So, yeah. We also used drones to learn about flight planning and acquire imagery. So that's where we crashed the drone a lot. And that was basically my journey into GS 101. And yeah, that's our family, I'd say. So yeah, thank you.
Any questions of Elaine? Okay, thank you. The final presentation for today is Milan Talrich, the use of ground-based INSAR technique for the deformation monitoring of dams.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the possibility to be here and to speak for all. I will try to give you some information about using of ground-based INSAR technique for the deformation monitoring of some dangerous objects like, for example, dams. Firstly, I must say this technique can be used not only for dams. I don't know if in Fiji or in Pacific region if there are some dams, but also for landslides and another objects like open pit mines. For example, I know in Malaysia there are big pit mines. So, some principles I hope many of you know what is INSAR, interferometric synthetic aperture radar. Usually you know it from satellite techniques, but these techniques is ground-based or terrestrial, we can say. The principles are the same. The radar used these three techniques, and on the end the result is movements of the objects, which is computed from the phases changes with very good precision. But these movements is line of sight movements in direction to the objects, from radar to the objects. So this is situation, typical situation by measuring of dams. Here is some water reservoir, here is some dam wall, and radar is placed here, and radar determine this movement in line of sight, and from this easy formula we can recompute this expected real movement. Which instrument can be used? I know two instruments. One is from Italy. This is this IBIS L, and second is the same, we can say blue copy, from Holland. This radar is in KU band, frequency 17 gigahertz. Sampling frequency is from 10 to 200 hertz. Maximum effective range is 4 kilometers. This is very, very good. Standard deviation, according to the manufacturer, is 0.1 millimeter, and is really so. Yes, in train we check it. The results are really so. What is important is this precision, because from satellite in SAR you cannot achieve so good precision. And I will give you some information about case study Orlík water reservoir. This is one of the most important water reservoir in my country, in Czech Republic, in Europe. Is the largest one. You can see 90 meter height, 450 meter long, and has these 3 emergency spillways, each 15 meter wide and 8 meter high. This is situation. Here is the dam. You can see the water reservoir is about 30-40 kilometers big. Our campaign, our measurement was during 24 days. So it is really huge amount of data. Data acquisition was during first 13 days, every 30 minutes, then every 5 minutes. It means this is really huge much of etaps. In comparing with satellite in SAR, you obtain one etap every month or every 12 days, maybe every 6 days. Yes, but here you can obtain every 5 minutes one etap. Results. The basic results can be processing of this 2D image. We can call it hazard maps of the objects. Yes, it is showing the movements. The object is split in some pixels, and we know for every pixel movements in line of sight direction with this precision 0.1 millimeter. And we can of course put this map on the 3D model of the object, like here. You can see there are some pixels with significant unexpected movements. Why? Why is it? This is because on the top, yes, there are some metals, lamps and railing, and metal reflect very good signal, but the metals lamps are moving in wind and so on. So these results are totally not usable. Another point, there are some locations where the support wires are anchored to the dam. It should be also excluded from the computing. And these third parts, there are points on power plant of buildings which are affected by reflection from transformers and their wiring. This is this building, yes, roof of this building. So, when we exclude this from the computing, we obtain better results. For the good results, we can take some points, and for every point, we can see these movements during the whole campaign, during the whole 24 days. You can see here there are some repeated movements every day, because these days was very sunny, and the dam was moving day and night. When we look to the detail, to these 3 selected days, we can say these periodical movements very, very clear. Here is 0, here is 1 millimeter. So these movements are 0.7 millimeters, maybe more. When we want to analyze the dam as a whole, we split the wall to the 3 parts, divided to the 3 parts, and for each part were derived average movements. And this is maybe the most nice, most important result, because it shows very good capability of this technique. These 3 lines, they are upper, middle, and lower part, and this blue line is upper water level in dam. You can see this middle and lower part are going together, but the upper part is going totally another way, and there is very good correlation with water level, because during this 5-6 days was going the water level down very fast, about 90 centimeters in the whole reservoir, and the upper part of the dam was going about 0.9 millimeter. You cannot find another technique which can recognize these results. Yes. So then we analyzed movements of the metal lock of the emergency spillways. On each lock was placed or took symmetrically 2 points, symmetrical to the vertical axis, and there are results for the 24 days. We can see during some cloudy days or when it was rain, no sun, the movements was small. But when it was sunny day, the temperature, this blue line is temperature, the temperature was oscillating day and night. Also, this metal emergency spillways was oscillating very well. And we look to the details, these 4 selected days, you can see every day like the other, and it is about 1 millimeter, or less than 1 millimeter. And the correlation with temperature is very good to see. So, there are some conclusions. We can say the usability, this ground-based INSAR technique is okay. Periodical movements of the dam was recognized, and there are no other techniques which can recognize this so precise. And this is very, very interesting because the correlations between water level and moving of the upper part of the dam, this is the first in the world when somebody showed this so clear. So thank you for your attention.
Any questions for Milan? No? Oh, yes, one here.
So is radar way more accurate than laser? Than laser? So radar is more accurate than laser, than terrestrial laser scanning?
Yes, this technique is much more precise than laser scanning. We used laser scanning for the model. For this model, we used laser scanning. But the precision of the laser scanning is some millimeters, 1 to 2, maybe 5 millimeters. But here this is 0.1 millimeter.
Okay, thank you. Could you please just join with me in thanking all the presenters? Okay, cocktail starts in 40 minutes, and Wolf has asked me to remind you that the sessions start at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you. Also, for the cocktail evening, you need to bring your name tag as well.